You lost something. You dropped something. Yeah.
By the 70
Speed limit.
Oh, thanks.
To jeg var derovre. Der er tydeligvis mange penge. Tre biler. Jeg har en firmabil derovre.
jetzt irgendwann als Standbild. Alles klar, dann komm ich mal rüber.
Warm-up schon. Aber es wird jetzt eigentlich ja nicht so oft mitmachen bei der ersten, oder?
20 nach.
Ja, ausgelodert, ausgewaschen. Also da geht ja schon nichts, weil er ist nicht gekostet wird auch, der Kameramann ist nicht da. Halt! Besprechung! Besprechung haben sie ja schon.
Ja, die Medica müssen offen, oder? Ja, normal sollte lieber Medica offen. Schau mal da hin. Kannst du mal was mitbringen und kriegst das Geld da. Alles klar. Ja, übelst zum Essen. Scheißegal. Also, ciao.
Der Patrick da,
Wie?
Wir sitzen da jetzt noch der Wahl, aber in Kummerische Part.
Nein,
also-
der Ulfi.
Ja, Kira, Patrick, komm so 11, 12.
Der vergisst du mit dem Weg.
Der vergisst man. Mit der Kira.
Ja, der kommt der Kira.
Der mit der Kira.
Der ist in der Kirche, der Kira. Der ist in der Kirche. Der holt so.
Normal hat es gut gehabt, ja. Der schafft die Weg extra mit seinem Motor.
Wir fahren heuer auch noch mal wegen fast jetzt noch. Und ist er nicht
Jetzt fahren wir vor, dann hast du jetzt das Monat rumgelaufen, also in der Vorsicht wieder durch.
schöne frische Luft.
Boah, ist doch schon Grimm auf der Bank.
Genau. Um 12 Uhr soll das losgehen.
Die großen Schalter, also wenn wir die Klicks fahren, echt, und der Feder, und der Italiener, der Federer, dann 12 oder 15 Stadtpreis.
Oh, da ist er da. Station, fast nicht.
Vielleicht sind sogar was 10. Bei den anderen Schalter, was wir fahren da, der DSKT oder was heißt die ganze deutsche Schaltfahrt, ja, letztes Jahr
sah richtig gut aus von den Überall.
Da kannst du sagen, dass mehrere erwischt hat mit Corona, wenn man gesagt hat, der Orbitfahrer da, der hat die München
Zug meinst du?
Zug.
Marius Zug.
Dass die Firmen mit den Firmen Schwierigkeiten haben, mit Geld zu verdienen, und da das auch gegangen. Ist der neue Standard noch mit dem Plan?
Ja, 10 oder 20 glaube ich schon. Der neue ist ein Qualifying.
Oder Unfall oder was vielleicht, im Warm-up.
Der neue ist Qualifying.
Qualifying Practice sind 10 und 40 weiß. Letzter 10 und 20. Second Chance für Qualifying vor Qualifying. Deutsche Elektriker.
Wir haben nochmal ein Qualifying und dann nochmal die zwei Rennen, so wie das, dann haben sie es auch nicht gemacht.
Frühfinale und dann sind sie ins Finale.
Na, guten Mann kommen die anderen.
Ja, da hat es einen Hafer da Assi drauf, schauen wir hoch. Und da spuren da ihre Assi gingen. Da ging nicht so viel da rein, als was da Assi gingen. Weil da das Assi gewertet mehr haben.
Also, da
Schau dir mal die Spuren, da gingen alle da
das
Assi,
ist
da
so was
übel.
anderes nicht. Das ist nicht vom Auto.
Von wo sollen die sonst da, Toni?
Da haben sie was anderes gefahren. Das war auch sofort da keiner raus.
11 und 10 im Jahr.
11 und 10.
Auf jeden Fall ist da noch eine eingedingelt da, war da.
Das ist was
Nicht
anderes.
schon.
Schau, das sind ein schmaler Strich. Das hat gekauft.
Das ist schon freilich. Ein Tran.
Das haben die, sagen sie, Motorrad hat was gemacht oder so. Das so viel nebeneinander, da wenn einmal ein oder zwei war, dass du voll zusammenkommen soll.
Oder was eine Massenkarambolage da.
Nein, das ist nicht, das ist ein anderes Fahrzeug. Schmaler Strich, die haben es da.
Was haben wir noch alles da wieder heute? Nussmix. Das haben wir gar nicht gelesen.
Das Fruchtmix.
Spezi und die Spezi-Flaschen oder Wasser da, die haben da. Oder was ist das?
Limo, glaube ich, ne?
Oder ist es Zitronenlimo? Das gelbe
Gelbe
Deckel.
Deckel, ich glaube, das ist Limo. Kaffee da schon gesoffen?
Schauen wir mal, was drauf sein steht.
Aber der reicht dabei. Der bleibt vor dabei.
So. Das ist bloß.
Direkt ins Alter.
Das Silber ist bloß.
Lieber mal ohne tun.
Wir werden da die Batterie einschmeißen müssen und dann das Stück werden. Wenn die bringt die Batterie, dann muss das Stück werden. Ja, da ist aber auch normalerweise nochmal in der Kiste ein Hölzer drin.
Ist ein Bindemittel oder ein Löschschlamm?
der vorbei. Auch wenn er wohl in der Zeit noch passiert. Ja, der ist zu weit.
glaube, also Gedulden ist schon eine Sache. Jetzt ist Eisstück gut. Ist der Wurst schon. So, Da war gestern der Fall, der gesagt, der kauft das auch. Verkauft es alles nicht auf. Jetzt will ich Geld auf zum Bus, ja? Scheiße. Blau war geil, oder was? Blau war geil, oder was? Blau, so. Aber das ist nicht einmal eine Chance, die so gut macht. Ein Lautsprecherbox, also Waschenzahl und so. Damit bis zu 3 weg, du fühlst es wieder, oder? Du willst ja mal einen deutschsprachigen erst einmal. Ja. Ja, weißt du noch? 3 Stunden am Tag Freier Manager. Wundervoll Englisch. Freier Manager.
Einzige, was wegkommt, das sind die Gesellten und die Dinge und die Pakistaner und die Zeit. Das muss weg. Aber der Europäer wird schwierig.
Ich lacke kennst du noch.
Das ist ein richtiger Rangassig. Das ist gut, Rangassig ist nur noch mit Reis.
Normal noch ein bisschen.
Ja, das ist halt so.
Ja, das sieht man schon hoch, wie schön alles ist.
So aufgewaschenes Tunnelkraft, das kann man dann erlesen.
Natürlich schön.
Ja, wenn man es halt zum Abend noch zeigt, das Ferkel, verstehst du? Nein, das ist einmal gehabt.
Ja, jetzt hat er auch schon Erzählungskraft.
Ja, da gehst du noch 5 Meter.
Ja, haben sie
mal was.
Sowieso so gut aus, aber genug auffällig.
Ja, meins war nicht so ausgewaschen.
Alles große M, gell? Nein, das habe ich gefallen, kann man schon passen.
Ja, aber dran der schleicht da.
Das war jetzt die Suppe. Ja, da ist jetzt nichts los, da muss ich vor dem Sommer. Was ist das da drin?
Das kann die Mercedes. Die schauen fast gleich aus. Der gibt es Mercedes und BMW hier, die schauen recht fast gleich aus. Aber Rico ist offen und zusammen kopiert, oder? Wenn du vorher das Ding drin gewesen war, die Niere. Ja, schau da was, der Mercedes schaut fast
Ja, haben Sie
genauso
jetzt
aus.
was, das ist so ähnlich, aber den gibt es ja nicht einmal.
Jetzt kann er da jetzt zum Schauen. Ne? Und vorher
Und dann packt das da drauf. Aber trotzdem, das Silhouetten so oder das Seiten,
Schon aus wie ein Mercedes.
das schaut ein wenig anders aus, weil ich gewöhnt bin. Ja. Aber der neue Z4,
haben sie schon gestanden an meinem Hof.
der auch nicht schnell ist. Ich glaube, so, aber der Logo.
Das ist doch der Driesel. Der Driesel ist doch das, Drieselhans. Der ist doch bei BMW. Ja, der hat immer wieder mal, und sie auch bei BMW.
Meistens mit dem
Ja,
Schwarzkap.
genau die kleine dicke, genau die.
Genau, und drei haben sie das gehabt. Schwarz. Dreierkap.
Nur noch mit dem Simmel unterwegs, also gut.
Jetzt sind die wieder oben im Setball dabei.
Der Raum ist da.
Mal Informationen zu den Information.
Das ist schon gut rein. Das sieht jetzt gut aus. Zum letzten Mal.
Sonne, Audio, Engine, Blitze. to the high heels. Mit Wasser. Geht die mit der Schlauch rein. Das ist genau. Wir sind mit das Wasser hin.
Good morning and welcome to finals day for the second round, the 2020 Rotax Max Euro Trophy season, and we are about to get things truly underway. For those wondering at home why we have had no second chance heat for senior Rotax is because 2 of the 38 competitors did withdraw. Dylan LaHaye, due to a slipped disc in his back, has decided to go running the rest of the weekend. Ollie Pelka also did withdraw, not too sure on the reasons why, but he has now made it possible for all 36 senior Rotax drivers to compete in both finals. But we get underway with our first bout of action, and it is the second qualifying practice for the Deutsche Elektro-Kart-Meisterschaft, the DEKM, with all 12 drivers running on Project T20. Yesterday saw Luca Vloma from Germany take pole position and also win the first of the pre-final yesterday before Axel Laflamme from Great Britain managed to get past the early phase of the 11-minute plus an additional lap final yesterday afternoon to take the victory. So 10 minutes, we'll see all 12 drivers, including the likes of Diego Schrifter from Italy, Joel Mesh, Sebastian Kraft, Alice Spiezia from the USA, Mika Mosika, Elijah Alessandro Sayer, Valentin Wiesender, Jasmin Stein, Philipp Biskirchen and Björn Niemann. So some of the times starting to come in, and the moment it looks like Diego Stifter is leading the way on the 52.164. Laflamme in second, Sayer in third. So they will again for race day here on Sunday, the 6th of September, have a pre-final and a final. Their pre-final will take place at 12:30 local time here at Wackersdorf, and then they will return here with the Deutsche Kartmeisterschaft in around 3 weeks' time. So we're getting a bit quicker now into the times being showcased by Project E20. There's been an enhanced development over the past couple of years or so at BRP Rotax in Austria. 24 kilowatts power output with an additional boost button. As the E8 of Diego Stifter from Italy makes his way through into turn 12. And the speeds that the drivers have been hitting have been around the 130 kilometre an hour mark. So Elijah Alessandro Sayer on the E15 goes to the top of the timesheets at the moment by just 34 thousandths of a second, ahead of Axel Laflamme. Diego Stifter. Valentin Wiesender goes P4 on the E16 with the 51.095. So some drivers looking to jockey for position. As I've just seen, Luca Vlerma put on the anchors quite substantially going between turns 10 and 11 as he looked to his right and is just waiting for the opportunity, because now the drivers will use the maximum power available to them. It has an instant torque delivery through the permanent magnet synchronous motor, the PMSM for short. And it is based on a special Soviet Signal DD2 chassis developed in conjunction with this project for electric kart racing. Six minutes and 10 seconds still to go in the session. All drivers having set a respective lap time, with the top three covered by around about 0.440 seconds, as the E15 of Elijah Alessandro Sayer from Germany is still in second, 0.406 seconds off of Diego Stifter, who tops the timesheets at the moment. As now Vlerma goes into P2 on a 50.623. Looking at Björn Niemann's times, yesterday he was 1.4 seconds off of pole position secured by Luca Vlerma, and he's now a second off of Diego Stifter, running on a 51.244, just 2 1,000ths ahead of Hoboken's very own Ellis Spiezia from the US. So half of the session down, half to go. And after Luca Vlerma, the times are incredibly tight. 23 thousandths was between second and third of Sebastian Kraft from Switzerland. And the E10 goes second on a 50.407. Laflamme, Vlerma and Sayer rounding out the top 7 positions, followed by Wiesender, Stein and Mosika. So with half of the 12 strong grid improving their lap times that time around. So Joel Mesh goes second. Luka Vloma up to 5th. La Flamme drops to 7th position. As Jasmin Stein goes up into 8th ahead of Valentin Wiesender. But with the top 9 positions separated by 0.636 seconds, the amount of the time gaps between certain drivers is as low as even at 0.19 thousandths of a second. Three minutes and 15 still to go. Stifter still leads the times, but by just only 65 thousandths. Ahead of Joel Mesh, as La Flamme jumps up into 4th position in a 50.456. Just over 2/10 off of Stifter, who keeps the top time for the moment, but it's dependent on the likes of Mesh, Kraft, La Flamme, Vloma. Wieskirchen looking very, very quick in the E95, rounding up out the top 5 on a 50.480. As now Bjorn Niemann pulls into the pits. As now Vloma goes to the top of the timesheets on a 50.116. There still will be time to be found over the next 2 minutes and 18 seconds. So top 5 covered by just under 3.5 tenths of a second. Spiezia rounds out the top 10, just over 9 tenths off of pole, with 2 minutes to go in the session. And to hear just how hard they are pushing is showing by the amount of noise that you can, the ambient noise you can hear from, you can hear the drivetrain, but you can also hear everything that's going on with regards to, say, the drivers exiting and entering into the corners, hitting the rumble strips, and also when they're going through certain corners, how the tyres are being pushed in terms of natural forces through the sidewalls of the Vega tyres. As now Joel Mesh goes onto provisional pole, but by just 27 thousandths of a second with a 50.089. Vloma, Stifter, Kraft, Sayer, La Flamme, Wieskirchen, Spiezia, Wiesender, Stein, they round out the top 10, covered by just under 8 tenths. Less than 60 on the clock to go. As someone did kick up a substantial amount of dust coming through turn 10. Elijah Alessandro Sayer jumps up into 4th ahead of Sebastian Kraft. As the E9 of Joel Mesh pulls into the pits, as does Diego Stifter. Some drivers now will be on their final flying lap as they cross the line. As Mika Mosica pulls in, around 20 seconds on the clock to go, pulls into the pit lane. So the timer has expired. 10 minutes of qualifying practice for the final race day for the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft here at Wackersdorf has been completed. Checkered flag waves as Elijah Alessandro Sayer and Philipp Wieskirchen line astern as they cross the line. Sayer in 4th, Wieskirchen in 7th behind Axel La Flamme, with Sebastian Kraft rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Jasmin Stein crosses the line and secures 10th. As the E16 of Valentin Wiesender will be in 9th. So we have a different pole sitter for race day 2 here at the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft, and Germany's Joel Mesh from Germany is on provisional pole. on a 50.089. Luca Vlerma, who was the pole sitter in yesterday's action, will, well, it looks like Sebastian Krafter's just jumped up and put in a 49.096, but that's quickly changed. Sorry. So the checker flag has waved for the session. So the Deutsche Elektrokartmeisterschaft will be back with us at 12:30 for their pre-final, but in just under 20 minutes' time, the first of 5 races that will take us through to the lunch break at 12:45 local time gets underway. As Junior Rotax will go into battle for their first of 2 11 minutes plus 1 additional lap finals here at Wackersdorf on Sunday underneath the fantastic sunshine here in Bavaria. So that concludes the initial foray for DEKM ahead of their first pre-final at 12:30, and they will conclude the racing action here at 3 this afternoon. But Junior Rotax brings internal combustion power back to the circuit here at Pro Kart Racing.
Ist ja dies jetzt. Deswegen machen wir es ja dies.
Müssten eigentlich noch einen Ruhestand.
Ja, holen wir mal 230 Euro. Ja, 7 Minuten. Mit 18 und noch mit 19, glaube ich. Die haben also nicht zusammen.
Die 2.
Skiwiesen Dachbo sein. Nö.
So ist das Hauen, du musst wirklich ein bisschen frei hoch. Also total für Farbe.
Toni, der hilft doch da zum Wuschern da.
Drei Mädels von der Lieben gleich genommen. Dann die Probe auf. Die Schwester steht da vorne links. Und nur so wahrscheinlich die Schwester steht links. Nur so. Und dann fliegt raus.
Der muss ohne Hund davon,
Ja, pass auf, die Älteste
Sie sind mit Leichtigkeit.
die drei Mädels. Wo wir dann alle gibt. Da kriegst du die Rahmen.
Also das Mandalo schaust du dir so ein riesiges
Trainingsauflauf da halt. Also, Miriam kommt auch, der Claudio kommt auch, von der Steuer. Ja, der ist gut dabei. Der Abel wollte auch dabei sein, oder?
Oder nicht langsam schauen, dass man Corona hat.
Wir haben eine Familie, mit der fahren zusammen. Der Nachbarn, der hat schon seit der Pandemie zusammen.
Sagst du?
So geht. Ist ja so.
Die Kinder gar nicht da.
Und früher bis auf Nacht rotieren, das geht nicht.
Rotieren, da musst du arbeiten.
Ja, das geht aber nicht lang gut.
Im Alter halt dann nur.
Irgendwann zahlst du mal mit deinem Leben nach.
Im Büro schlafen kommt, sondern will wo schlafen, hat das Telefon. Da hat den Kopf voll.
Das ist nur ein Kopf.
Das ist da und umdenken, da ist nicht dran, das ist schon.
Das ist ein blauer Haus. Auch viel Richtung.
Das sind nicht geboren zu arbeiten. Das ist einfach.
Das ist nicht so lang, der Dienst, aber nicht mehr jetzt war. Voll über die alten Radlfahrer, wenn es vorbei sind, die alten Schreiber mit Gewerben und Mama und alle, die uns fotografieren und filmen, jeder zupft sein Handy aus und macht ein paar Bilder über das Ganze. Und da bleiben wir überall wieder unterwegs gewesen, weil haben etliche Radlfahrer, über.
Jetzt, es gibt wieder einen Container. Der wäre schon Gott, wo ist er?
Aber der nicht da ist, ist der aus Rendsburg der Fan.
Der wird nicht mehr leben.
Man muss, dass der so schnell
Oh, warte mal, der kommt aber bei Rotax nicht. Rotax interessiert mich nicht, glaube ich, oder? Wie war denn das? Der tut bei den Kalben da drin.
Weiß ich nichts. Der Extra ist doch alles interessant, was ganz ja nichts war.
Ja, die Zigaretten fressen der.
Ja, Zigarren raucht auf der.
Und dann seinen Stress mit seinen Hundlein.
Den Hund mal bloß immer mitnehmen, wenn der Frau, wenn der Zeit oder so.
Ja, wenn der gearbeitet hat.
Ich glaube, in der Arbeit hat man es gehört, oder?
Altenheim, ja.
Ja.
Das war wie Säcke aus dem Schengen.
Der war letztes Jahr, habe ich den schon gesehen, da war der schon da. Aber weißt du, wer da, der Gutzi-Billy, kennst du den? Wir haben immer gesagt, der Gutzi-Billy. Freier ist der im Fechter eine einzige Mama gewesen. Der ist aber da zum Kanzlerschau, das ist der Morano. Da vorne ist der gelbe Motor Gutzi gestanden.
Ja, ich habe gesehen gehabt, ja.
Und da ist vorne, dort ist der Willi gestanden, mit dem Motorrad. Das ist ein alter Motorrad, da war es immer so, ein 40er Motor Gutzi. Weißt du was? Und jetzt fängt der Rad, Motoren und alles.
Rio Nummer 2.
Noch jetzt mal angequatscht, mal, der kennt mich
Da ist
nicht.
Rio
Das ist 100% der Gutzi. Der letzte Jahr arbeitet da schon. Und dann kommt der garantiert auch
Ja,
wieder.
der wird wahrscheinlich die Tankstelle, die ist ja immer noch bei der Tankstelle. Der muss davon aus, dass er da seinen Leberkass holt, der auch wieder.
Wer? Tankstelle?
Der ist auch davon aus, weil die wohnen immer noch dort. Ist das noch Freundin von ihrem Baum? Oder das kann ich auch, oder? Das war noch mal über einer Duschwärts, oder?
Keon vielleicht mit seinem Kumpel. Wieder schlauer als die anderen. Ja, 3, 4.
Wie sie sich da herstellen, da ist unser Schatten spenden.
Ist Pavillon wieder dabei?
Ja.
Also Name nicht.
Ja, wenn man halt komplett schwarz erzogen ist, wird es halt schon ein bisschen weiß drunter machen. Ne?
Du meinst Fässer geschmiert nicht, ja?
Ja, wunderbar, mit.
Ja.
Aber nicht mit Ding mit Olivenöl.
Nein, wenn ich
Du magst du das nicht? Schmierst du mit Olivenöl?
warm.
Was?
Wollt uns da
Das
warm.
hat alles gesagt, die hätte er uns gegeben.
Ja, so geht er trocken auf, geschmiert.
Mama hat meine helle Hosen an den Waschen.
Schmieder muss natürlich so nicht.
Hast schon, glänzt.
Jetzt passt. Schaut geschmeidig aus, passt.
Geschmeidig schaut.
Ich würde gerade lesen, wie lange
3.
11:10 Uhr, jetzt ist 11:07 Uhr.
Dezibel, wir haben noch in Ordnung.
Dezibel, ja, aber dann lassen wir meine schauen.
Schauen wir, die alle loslegen, da vorbei, weil wir da den Song bringen. Und dann bei Vollgas die erste
Was
Stunde.
sind wir?
Da gehen wir bestimmt über 90 mit alle zusammen.
Reglement von denen weiß ich nicht. Es gibt verschiedene Reglements. Die einen haben die 2 Rennen mit einem Satz bestreiten. Die anderen dürfen eine Woche. Ich weiß nicht, was bei denen da ist. Die dürfen da immer eine machen, wenn sie mit einem Satz 2 Rennen fahren. Keine Ahnung, was wir Reglement haben.
Weiß ich auch nicht. Ich weiß, dass da schon strenge Kontrollen haben.
Ja, mal ich auf den Ei drum haben.
Mal, dass wir mit Holzsatz die 2 live fahren.
Den Ei drum haben da.
Also wenn wir normal reden, das sind so 8 Dezibel, 79, das sind schon brutal. Wie laut das ist.
Für die Katze da.
Nein, jetzt mit mir normal reden.
Ja, aber das ist genau groß an, da kommen wir da schon auf 76.
Ja, ich glaube an 71, wo das richtig.
Und bei nächstem wieder ein Ei drum haben, dürfen wir ein Ei
Ja,
haben.
eigentlich schon laut, ja. Ich habe aber nicht gesagt, der nicht den laut davon. Zu mir sagst ich rede immer leise, obwohl ich schlecht her. Aber weißt du was, ich will reden.
Finals day truly kicks off with the first of 10 races here on Sunday, September 6th, 2020. As we get towards the crescendo ending point of the second round of not just the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, but also the Deutsche Elektrocup Meisterschaft. Over the course of the next few hours, we will see who will be leading the way, heading to the penultimate round of the respective championships at the end of this afternoon. Nearly 20 different nationalities represented, over 110 drivers here in full force, with both the combination, internal combustion and electric drivetrains here at the circuit at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf.
Schießt die Pfeffer oder machen. Aber er liegt bestimmt jetzt auch. So die Dinge, Heckmotor drin.
Bin so in der Weggestraße.
Wir haben sie immer gehabt zum Ding, zum Slalomfahren.
Das erste Mal bin ich mit so im Weg gefahren und da kommt der Land.
So the green flag waves at the end of the pre-grid. The first of 2 11-minute plus an additional lap finals for Junior Rotax. Your grid, following the intermediate classification that was decided after yesterday's 3 heats, your grid is as follows. Eliska Babigova from the Czech Republic will start on pole position and will have representing the Netherlands alongside Bruno Molders. Kai Helitz will start on the inside of row 2 with Valentin Klus from Germany alongside. Magnus Pedersen will have Tim Gerhards for close company on row 3. Lukas Schormakers and Freddie Spindlow complete the top 8 positions, with Christian de Klein from the Netherlands and Karel Schultz from France rounding out the top 10. They now go on to the formation lap. Row 6, it's Maurice Schmeis and Thomas Martins. Thomas Strauben and Mathis Turlo round out row 7. Theo Eriksen and Kian Agasade, row 8. Raphael Renhofer and Max Knappen, row 9. And completing the top 20, it is Fahin Mega and Nick Gerhards. Rounding out the grid, Mikkel Pedersen will not take any further participation after the incident yesterday and has decided to forego the rest of this weekend. We have Austin Lee, Petra Babikova, Adrian Labuda, Rafael Gwiczak, Gilles Chloé, Nikita Genza and Maximilian Angelard from Poland. 27 drivers set to have a stern test this morning and this afternoon. Very, very quickly controlled is the grid, thanks to Eliska Babikova on pole. Bruno Mulders alongside with Rielitz, Klus, Pedersen, Tim Gerhards, Lukas Schoenmakers, Freddie Spindlow, Christian de Klein and Karel Schultz rounding out the top 10. They come round the final corner. Into the tram lines we go for the first time. Full start. Another formation lap will make sure that we hopefully get things truly underway on finals day at the second time of asking. So wherever you are watching in the world, welcome and thank you for joining us. This is a closed-door event here in Wackersdorf, as we had at the opening round just 4 weeks ago at the home of champions Karting Genk. The third round will head to Adria Karting Raceway in the Veneto region just north of Venice between the 23rd and the 25th of October. Let's hopefully see a potential dynamic shift in the fight for the title. There will be a new junior Rotax champion crowned in the Euro Trophy this season after Mike van Vught graduated to seniors in 2020, being the only driver in the short history of the Euro Trophy that started back in April 2018 that has successfully defended a title. Round the final corner for the second time we go. They split. Revs rise. This time we are lights out and off and racing. And Babikova instantly goes on the defensive as Rielitz goes up the inside of Mulders to take second place. And it looks like the Valentin Klus has also gone through, and he goes up the inside through into turn number 4. And now they try and scramble as Sean Matthews looks to go up the inside and has got the position for third place on Kai Rielitz. Everyone now having made their way through turn 6 with no incidents as such. But then another overtake has just happened. Looks like Fahin Mega has just got past the 248 of Max Knappen going through turn 10. Eliska Babikova has sprinted away as now Valentin Klus gets overtaken up the inside of turn 12 by Christian de Klein, as it looks like Tim Gerhards has made up a place in the process. Freddie Spindlow looks to have dropped a couple of positions and is now behind the 299 of Christian de Klein. So the leader, Eliska Babikova, is now, there's a change for second. Sean Marker is up the inside of Magnus Pedersen. Kai Rielitz keeping in close proximity as Valentin Klus goes up the inside of Bruno Mulders through turn 6. Now takes 5th position. There are battles up and down the order here, as there's a 3-second penalty for Bruno Mulders. I suspect that will be for going 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the start. If it is all 4 wheels out of the tram lines, it is an automatic 5-second penalty. So Mulders will have some work to do, and that is the case. That has been confirmed. So Eliska Babikova had an 0.8 of a second advantage over Magnus Pedersen. Gap now over Lukas Schoenmakers is around about the same. It's nearly 9/10 as Valentin Klus puts in the fastest lap of the race. The German currently circulating in 5th behind the JJ Racing duo of Lukas Schoenmakers and Kai Rielitz, who ran out the top 3. Spindlow looks to have got past. Oh, there's been a tag. Mulders on the back bumper of decline, and that causes havoc behind. So So now that it's allowed other drivers, but as the field concertinas, as far in, Mega is absolutely flying at the moment. And he's now got past the 2:31 of Rafael Renhofer, as it looks like there's being a move attempted and completed by Freddie Spindlow. And that was a little bit of a tussle there with the 2:55 of Karol Schultz, who now gets passed by Farin Mega through turn 12. Nick Gerhardt's also making some moves up the order as Babikova continues to lead, as Helitz goes up the inside of his teammate Sean Mackers, up into P2. As Valentin Plus now gets ahead of Magnus Pedersen for 4th place. Tim Gerhardt's in 6th, Freddie Spindlow from Great Britain in 7th. Maurice Schmeis in 8th, Mathis Turlo in 9th place. Bruno Mulder is still circulating in 10th position. Christian de Kahn is dropped to 22nd as a result of that touch from behind from Bruno Mulder's. So 2nd to 5th place starting to close together as Mega gets passed by Nick Gerhardt's going through turn 12, and the German quickly on the back bumper of the Dutchman. They come out of the final corner, looks like Farin Mega's being closed in on by Kian Agasade in the 2:25. And that's the battle for 15th, 16th and 17th, but in the meantime the gap has started to be closed as Thomas Stuyven from Belgium is up into 12th place. The youngster with Strawberry Racing managed to do some great efforts yesterday in the qualifying heat stages. As Austin Lee looks to be battling with Maximilian Angelov from Poland at the tail end of the field. Austin Lee doing 2 campaigns this year, as far as I'm aware, that he's running in Minimax in the Rotax Max Challenge Germany, which heads back to this circuit in 2 weeks. It comes to this circuit for its halfway point in just 2 weeks' time. Helitz has really got the bit between the teeth, a bit of difficult day for the points leader, but now he's closing and puts in a 50.894. Gap between him and the leader, Eliska Babikova, now 0.337 seconds. Valentin Klus still has Magnus Pedersen just behind in what is the contest for 4th place. But now Tim Gerhardt's also getting quick, and he's put in a 50.951. Freddie Spindlow also running in the sub-51 second bracket, of 50.991 from the Brit, as Rafael Henhofer goes up the inside of Kian Agasade, whilst Thomas Stuyven forces his way past the 2:47 of Mathis Turlo. As now Helitz trying to go for the move for the lead. Gets past nice and cleanly there through the inside of Babikova through turn 3, but Babikova retaliates through turn 4. This allows Sean Mackers to go up the inside of the 274 from Belgium. And whilst they're battling away, the top 8 carts looking to be a little bit closer to the top 7. So Freddie Spindlow definitely coming good in this race at the minute. And we've had a 5-second time penalty handed to Maurice Schmeis in 8th position for pushing. Just over 5¼ minutes plus an additional lap to go. Sean Mackers looking to make a mark, as we've got double waved yellows at Marshall post number 1, as there is a cart to the left-hand side. And that is Nikita Genza in the 226, I believe. Is now no overtaking allowed, as Sean Mackers gets through on turn 3 on Babikova. Helitz closes up. And then you have Valentin Klus, Magnus Pedersen, Tim Gerhardt, and now Freddie Spindlow is closing. Tim Gerhardt is pushing forward in the 205 from SP Motorsport, trying to close, and he wants to keep the gap as minimal as possible to Kai Helitz. Helitz was looking towards the inside to turn 12 very briefly there on Babikova, but thought better of it. Waits to come out of turn 14 to put the throttle to the floor. Sean Mackers has got Babikova in the draft and has Helitz there too. Babikova waiting, not going through turn 3, but then Helitz closes up at a consummate rate of knots, and then Babikova up the inside of Sean Mackers. And then Sean Mackers loses another place as he runs wide through the overtaking procedure initiated by Eliska Babikova, and Helitz gets past for second. Now Valentin Klus is right with them. And then you've got Tim Gerhardt, who is bringing along Magnus Pedersen. And now Freddie Spindler looks to try and get past the Dane in the 2:38 through turn 11. Gets the move done. So the Brit up into 6th position. 3.5 minutes still to go. Other positional changes. Christiane de Klein now up into the top 20, having passed Adrian Labuda from Poland. We're now on to lap number 10 of this race, as now Helix goes for the lead through turn 3. Takes it into turn 4, puts the brakes on quickly to not allow Babikova an opportunity to go up the inside. As now Babikova up the inside of Helix, who runs a little bit wide, and there's nearly a clash and interlock of wheels between him and his teammate. That allows Valentin Klus and Tim Gerhardt to get through. So Schoenmakers, within a couple of corners, drops down from what would have been 2nd position now down to 5th place. Freddie Spindler now joins the party. This is where things get dicey, things get close. So now we have it where several drivers pushing like crazy at the front of the field, as Babikova trying to fend off Kai Hillertz. As Schoenmakers and Spindler get up the inside of Tim Gerhardt through turn 4. Spindler now goes up the inside of Schoenmakers and has a little tussle with the Dutch driver. Now Schoenmakers runs way too hard over the curbs, as he was side by side with Spindler going through into turn 7. 1 minute and 55 still on the clock to go. So the top 3: Babikova, Hillertz, Klus, line astern as they come across the line, completing lap number 11 with 1.5 minutes or so to go. Raphael Henhofer has set the fastest lap of the race, but the German sitting in around about 14th position ahead, as now the lead changes once again. Helix gets back in front ahead of Babikova. Valentin Klus waiting for the opportunity to seize the moment when it presents itself. As Mathis Turlo gets past, and I think that was by Farin Mega. So that looks like that Farin Mega has made his way all the way up into the top 10 positions. The top 10. Valentin Klus has got past Eliska Babikova, who now retaliates up the inside through turn 12. Freddie Spindler, Magnus Pedersen and Tim Gerhardt are closing. Time fast ticking away. 45 on the clock as Helix takes the lead, keeping into lap number 13 as Babikova goes ultra defensive on Valentin Klus going into turns 3 and 4. Lead now for Helix is at just over 0.6 of a second, as unfortunately Nikita Genzer is out. Thomas Stauben looks to have parked it. So still 25 drivers circulating around the circuit itself, as Freddie Spindler has a real good shot right now of getting at least into the top 3. Goes up the inside, through past Babikova for 3rd place through turn 11. Oh, Tim Gerhardt nearly ran into the back there of Babikova, who goes back up the inside of Spindler. Oh, Pedersen and Gerhardt, and now Schoenmakers go past the Brit through turn 12. Final lap, and Kai Hillertz has a comfortable lead, won't be challenged by anybody. He's got a 1.1 second advantage. But now the battle for 3rd place is being led by Tim Gerhardt, as Valentin Klus is safely secure in 2nd place. But the battle for 3rd really heating up as Freddie Spindler goes around the outside towards the outside of Lukas Schoenmakers into turn 6 to try a brazen move in the darling stages, as now Gerhardt drops down into 5th place. Eliska Babikova looks to have secured a top 3 finish, but it's dependent on how long it's going to take for Lukas Schoenmakers to go up the inside, and he does so through turn 11. Babikova retaliates, tries to go towards the outside and powers past Schoenmakers through into the approach into turn 12. This time though, however, the checkered flag will wave. Kai Hillertz back on fighting form, takes the win ahead of Valentin Klus. 3rd place will go to Eliska Babikova ahead of Lukas Schoenmakers and Tim Gerhardt. Freddie Spindler takes 6th ahead of Bruno Mulders. Thomas Martins, Magnus Pedersen and Carol Schultz round out the top 10 positions. Farin Mega had an absolutely blinding race, up from 19th position to finish 11th ahead of Mathis Turlo. Maurice Schmeis, Nick Gerhards and Raphael Renhofer complete the top 15. Kiana Gassadi in 16th ahead of Theo Eriksson. Christian de Klein, Max Knappen and Adrian Nabuda round out the top 20 ahead of Austin Lee, Rafael Kvitschak, Maximilian Angelard, Gilles Chloé and Petra Babikova rounding out the 25 that finished. Strauven retired on lap 10 with Nikita Genzer on lap 6 with Mikkel Pedersen a non-starter, but Kai Hillertz keeps extending that gap at the front of the standings.
Ach, Zio. Ach so, der war zweiter geworden. Der kommt nicht die anderen drei, der was noch. Was schon zwei, dritte Woche.
So we will see Junior Rotax back after the lunch break for their second final at 1:30 local time, 13:30 Central European summertime here in Germany. And we are about to get underway with our first of two senior Rotax finals. Both will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap in duration. However, there was a bit of information actually sent to me by Dylan LaHaye himself. He's got a slip disc in his back and will not be competing for the rest of the weekend, which gives us the opportunity to have another change in the lead of the standings with the likes of Stormbrower, Mads Ries, Matilda Olsson, Sean Butcher, Luca Lystra, amongst others that could have that chance to make their mark and go into the halfway points of the season heading into Adria with maybe a top three or maybe even leading the standings at the end of this day's action. So as a result of Volley Pilka not starting and Dylan LaHaye's back injury, all drivers proceeded to the... We didn't have to have a second chance final this morning. So all 36 drivers will take part in these last two races, two finals, with over 30 minutes of exciting racing action in prospect. So the pre-grid gets the green flag and we head out onto the circuit for the first of two senior Rotax finals. Your grid is as follows. After the intermediate classification, the defending champion Matilda Olsson will start on pole position. Sean Butcher, who's currently 5th in the standings, will start alongside in the 349. Mads Ries and Vincent France on row 2. Lewis Gilbert and Lachlan Robinson, row 3. Stormbrower, Luca Lystra, row 4. Mark Kimper and Philip Fava round out the top 10. Charlie Turner and James Johnson making an all-British row 6 ahead of Kian Sang and Poland's Carol Krepp. Maurice Schuring and Teresa Babikova, row 8. Fabian Bock and Emily de Hoys, row 9. And completing the top 20, it's Luna Blum and Andreas Herbauer. Arthur Horsch and Max Stammerdink, row 11. Ralf Winkel and Titus Schmidtli, row 12. Tim Mika-Metz, Erhard Turker, Matej Richter, Felix Jansson, Bradley Barrett and Linus Hansen round out the top 30, with Leonie Claude, Robin Knutsson, Mario Sidler, Bart de Witt, Flint Schuring and Bia Doristin rounding out the 36 strong. Olsson needs to make a mark now to solidify a title defence in earnest. She's currently 4th in the standings on 26 points, just 3 behind Mads Ries, who is directly behind her on the starting grid. Storbro will start a couple of 6 positions back from Olsson and 4 back from Ries on 7th place. The 1,190 metre circuit here at Wackersdorf will have 36 hungry senior Rotax Wolves coming out of turn 14 very shortly to go into battle. As there's a few stragglers at the back of the grid as the front of the field makes its way through into the tram lines. Red lights on the gantry. Revs rise. Clean start, off and away we go. Olsson going side by side up the inside of Butcher, who loses out to Mads Ries. Butcher now slots back into 4th position as a couple of drivers run wide going into turn 4. And there's been a couple of clashes and there's one there's been one that's been spun around and everyone tries to avoid. So an incident through turn 4. Car looks to be coming to a stop, but the driver's trying to get it going again as more drivers trying to make their way through. Titus Schmidt looks to be at the back of the field now as Olsson tries to stride away initially. So Mads Ries, Lewis Gilbert, Sean Butcher. That rounds out the top 4 positions. The 357 of Vincent France, who was definitely in the thick of things, gets up the inside of both Butcher and Mads Ries going into turn 13. Butcher tries to go up the inside of the Dane and gets past. But then you've also got the 381 of now, that is Kian Sang. He's now up into 7th position. Charlie Turner, Philip Vava, and I'm wondering who that was. That was Morris Schuring that was the one that came off worst in that turn 4 incident. Rounding out the top 10, it is Germany's Fabian Bock in the 318 from Bike Motorsport. And with him, it's probably going to, looks to be maybe, that is Mark Kimber in the 387 from Great Britain. Olsson, after just 1 lap, had a gap of nearly 0.7 seconds between herself and Lewis Gilbert. Sean Butcher, who said to me, well, we didn't have the pace, but I'm hoping for something big here today on finals day. As we've had someone off in the barriers, is that Kian Sang that's just gone off, the 381. So Kian Sang was in 7th position as there's more side-by-side contretemps going across the start-finish line. Drivers trying to use the slipstream as much as possible going through into turns 3 and 4. Olsson has now been closed in on by Lewis Gilbert as Sean Butcher sets the fastest lap. A 50.374 on the completion of lap 2. On to lap 3, we're halfway through it at the moment. Olsson leads from Gilbert, Butcher, Robinson, France, Mads Ries, Charlie Turner. The 318 of Fabian Bock being followed by Mark Kimber, who's now got past the German through turn 11. As now Lewis Gilbert gets the lead and Sean Butcher nearly makes it 3 wide. Coming out of turn 12. Oh my goodness me. And that was, Butcher I think went on the back bumper of Lachlan Robinson as it was 3 wide and they managed to keep running. Charlie Turner now trying to go up the inside of Lachlan Robinson through into turn 4, makes it stick. Reese runs wide, very wide. The Dane absolutely drops like a stone and comes into the clutches of Mark Kimber, who now goes up the 379. There looks to be a possible problem with Mads Ries's kart, maybe, as the Dane now drops significantly, but Lewis Gilbert now leads ahead of Matilda Olsson. Vincent France, Sean Butcher, Charlie Turner now trying to be passed by Lachlan Robinson, and Robinson gets up the inside. Now here comes Kimber. Turner looks to the inside of turn 12, shuts the door on Kimber and Fabian Bock. Luca Lystra now factoring into this. Lewis Gilbert now leads, but Matilda Olsson will have the run on the Scot going through into turns 2 and 3. She will now try and look to make an overtake, but I think it might be more towards turn 4. The Swede thinks better of it. As now there's been a further change a bit down the order. Looks like Kimber has made his way past Fabian Bock. And up the inside, then go, well, no, it was Luca Lystra, and then Mark Kimber also went past. So, quite a lot of changes. Tim Mikametz, Bradley Barrett and Ralph Winkle round out the top 18 in 16th, 17th and 18th respectively. Luna Blum had that red flag, well, the incident that caused the red flag off of turn 11 yesterday. She said to me earlier on, the sore and the ribs on the right-hand side are a little bit delicate, but I'm still going to race. And she's currently running in 13th behind Francis Arthur-Hoche. As now Olson retakes the lead from Gilbert. Mazris puts in the fastest lap of the race as he is trying to do his utmost to try and make up some places. And now looks like we've had a change, and Luca Lystra gets up the inside of Charlie Turner through turns. That's Mark Kimber that goes up the inside. Is now Lachlan Robinson loses out of position. 5-second penalty for the 360. And that is Philip Vava. So that would be possibly for causing a collision. So Olson now trying to break the momentum that Lewis Gilbert might have if he gets close enough to battle with the Swede. Just under 9 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. So Philip Vava does get a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. Sean Butcher now up into third past Vincent France from JJ Racing. Mark Kimber now rounds out the top 5. Lachlan Robinson, Luca Lystra, Charlie Turner, Carol Kret, Fabian Bock round out the top 10. Madsley still in 11th and trying to chase those in front down. As the 360 of the 360 of Philip Vava will drop considerably down the order to just outside of the top 23 positions if things finish as they are now. However, the lead now between Matilda Olson and Lewis Gilbert is just under half a second. Lachlan Robinson goes quicker than anybody. 49.691 as there's been a change a bit further down the order as the 304 got past Charlie Turner in the 361. Mads Rees now on the back bumper of the Brits as they go through into turn 9. Fast approaching the halfway point of this first of two 14-minute finals. So Lachlan Robinson looking to close up on Mark Kimber in the 387 just up ahead. Come round the final corner. Olson trying to extend that gap. 0.581 and puts in a lap time nearly a tenth of a second quicker than Lewis Gilbert. Carol Kret and Mads Rees now past Charlie Turner for position. Turner running out the top 10 as there is an almighty scrap way down the order. A train of 7 carts, I count, which probably I think in the middle of it has Linus Henson in the 311. The 388 of Stormbroer gets a warning flag. Stormbroer at the moment is out of the points in this one. So no, even if he scores a point, and that is in the top 15, Stormbroer will be at a disadvantage going into final 2 because the results from final 1 determine your grid position for the next race. Lachlan Robinson still holds the fastest lap, but Matilda Olson, Lewis Gilbert and Sean Butcher, and with them Mark Kimber, they are running in the 49.8s, with Mark Kimber being the quickest of the quartet on a 49.803. Olson still keeping around a 6/10 of a second advantage over Lewis Gilbert. Butcher, Kimber, Robinson, France. Then Lystra. Carol Kret, Mads Rees, Charlie Turner. Running out the top 20, Sartul Hosh, Teresa Babikova, Philip Vava, Fabian Bock, Simi Kemetz, Ralph Finkel, Luna Blum, Bradley Barrett, Max Stemedik and Emily de Hoys. Olson again tries to keep the pressure on breaking that momentum behind. as they now head into turn number 6. Sean Butcher, Mark Kimber and Lachlan Robinson are pretty much line astern. Erhard Turker in 21st, Heitzer Schmidli, Andres Heber, Felix Jansson, Stormborough, James Johnson down in 26 ahead of Linus Henson, Morris Schuring, Robin Knutsson, Flint Schuring rounding out the top 30. Kian Sang unfortunately is a retirement on the second lap of the race after the incident on turn number 11. Olsson again, look, I think it looks like she has extended that gap. As they now come across the line, Lewis Gilbert takes a glance over the right shoulder to see where Butcher is, and Kimber, and Robinson. And it's getting very close now between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. 4.5 minutes remaining. And there is an almighty tussle. Looks like Kimber got past Sean Butcher. And Robinson fancied an opportunity through the inside of turn 6. But Butcher shuts the door. Olsson keeping that gap now up to 0.731 of a second. As a little bit further down the order, just keeping an eye on some of the battles behind Charlie Turner. Teresa Babikova has got the 360 of Philip Vava just behind. And I think also Tim Mika-Metz is embroiled in that battle, with Vava just behind Tim Mika-Metz as they cross the line. So Kimber now trying to push and move forward, but Matilda Olsson is the fastest out of the top 3. 49.853 second lap time from the Swede on the 300. And it's the 329 as Lachlan Robinson goes up the inside, and that is dramas for Matilda Olsson. Olsson's lost the lead big time. What happened there? Not too sure whether there was a problem or whether there was coming into the corner, not too sure. That was not in my line of sight. So Lewis Gilbert now has the lead, and that has dropped Matilda Olsson back behind Charlie Turner, who she now passes through turn 11. So Lewis Gilbert, as they complete lap number 13 with just over 3 minutes to go, leads. Mark Kimber and Lachlan Robinson ran out the top 3. Robinson fancies a chance. Kimber goes up the inside of Gilbert. Robinson goes through as well. There was nearly enough room for Sean Butcher, but it was a window that was closing rather quickly. Vincent France and Luca Lystra fancy their chances now, as the top 6 start to Constantina, going through turns 8, into 9, into the left at 10. Mads Ries, Carol Kretz, Matilda Olsson and Charlie Turner. So Olsson now down in 9th. But there is an opportunity for Olsson to come back at them. As now Vincent France tries to go up the inside of Lachlan Robinson. As, France goes wide. Robinson's goes wide. This was the opportunity that several drivers needed. And Mads Ries, as a result of that 3-wide exchange going through turn 13, managed to make it back up to P4 at the end of it all. As now Sean Butcher gets passed by, well, Charlie Turner just went around the outside of him, through into turn number 7. So Sean Butcher was one of the drivers that did not benefit from what happened there. As now Lachlan Robinson is closing on Mark Kimber, who is now leading. So Lewis Gilbert down in 3rd. Mads Ries. The 3.99 of Luca Lystra being followed by Vincent France. 1 minute and 20 plus an additional lap to go. Matilda Olsson is coming back at them. Erhard Turker gets past Fabian Bock for 20th position, as Sean Butcher now finds himself on the fringes of the top 10. Or is that not the case? Because it looks like Teresa Babikova has got past the 3.49. Less than a minute to go on the clock, and the top 3 being closed in on by Mads Ries, Luca Lystra, Vincent France, and now Matilda Olsson has caught up to the 3.57, representing Germany with JJ Racing. So we go on to the penultimate lap of this 14-minute race. Mark Kimber continuing to lead now. Lachlan Robinson trying to get close enough as Matilda Olsson gets past Vincent France for 6th position, going through turn 4. Charlie Turner is just a little bit further behind in 8th position. Then it is Teresa Babikova and Sean Butcher. Philip Vava rounds out the top 11 positions. 0 on the clock. We now will go on to the final lap of this race. But Lachlan Robinson now gets the signal to push him into high gear. One more lap to go. Robinson closes on Kimber through turn 3. Tries to get the run on the 387 towards turn 4. Cuts into the apex and goes for the lead and gets up the inside of the 387. They tussle trying to go into turn 5. Kimber back up the inside. Lachlan Robinson did have one chance there. But now with Lewis Gilbert closing on the pair in front. Mats Rees now with them. Factor in the 2 behind Luca Lystra and also Matilda Olsson. This is going to be ultra close as Mats Rees tries to do the switch back through turn 11 on Lewis Gilbert. Olsson up the inside of Lystra through turn 12. Over the bump through into turns 13 and 14. Vincent France goes side by side and tussles with Lystra. But this time in final one here, Mark Kimber takes the win. Lachlan Robinson and Lewis Gilbert round out the top 3. Mats Rees in 4th, Matilda Olsson in 5th, ahead of Vincent France, who managed to edge out Luca Lystra by 12 thousandths of a second for 6th. Charlie Turner, Teresa Babikova and Sean Butcher round out the top 10. Philip Vava, Karol Kret, Artur Horsch, Ralph Winkel, Emily de Hoyes, Tim Mikametz, Luna Blum, Fabian Bock and Max Stemerdink with Bradley Barrett rounding out the top 20. The top 15 will provisionally score. Andreas Hebauer, Felix Jansson, Titus Schmidli, James Johnson, Robin Knutsson round out the top 25. Ahead of Linus Hensen, Maurice Schuring, Storm Brouwer, Flint Schuring, Mario Sidler, Bart Zavit, with Beard Dorestein rounding out the 32 that finished, with Ehad Turka retiring on lap 17, Matteo Richter lap 13, Leonie Claude on lap 12, with Kian Sang unfortunately retiring after an incident on the second lap.
ser Maurice. Jo, det lavede han allerede her. Første gang. Efter mener på, at vi kan køre den. Og så med Tilose, de er jo i det sand der. Den her er sikkert på. Især på kæmpe, der er det sand. Det var nok ganske snakken, der bliver ganske meget. Ja, det ved jeg godt. Jeg kan lave en derovre. Ja, det ved jeg godt. Det ved jeg godt. Ja, det gør det. Men efter. Ja. Så sammen med også stress. Jamen, jeg har stået i den anden ende nu, hvor jeg hopper.
Guck mal, das geht zum Beispiel, oder? Das ist nicht eingestellt. Ja, da kommst du jetzt zu schärfen. Insgesamt. Da das willst du auch. Das ist so genau. Da so. Was ist das dann auf der Grenze? So kann man da nicht. Prima da unten. Jetzt mal in drauf.
Das ist ja auch ein bisschen Humor.
Das ist so ein bisschen oder? Das wird eigentlich größer, die Gruppe. Sollte. Sollte. Aber schauen wir, was mehr ist. Leergewicht 1980 Kilo. 2,4 das Gesamtgewicht.
Il n'a pas changé d'avis.
Genau. Erst einmal so hast du Auto mit einer Tonne, wo meinst du, dass der noch wieder gut ist?
Was da alles? Das ist der ewig Assi, der von einem Wein. Und wenn der Art eigentlich bis der Druck kommen zum Beispiel, was der da machen oder was?
Wenn die alle gleich stehen.
Ja, wenn alle ein Mindestgewicht haben.
Aber wie viel genau?
Jetzt mal wieder hauen, jetzt darf es nicht. Siehst du, der da geguckt hat, wo ist das denn? Jetzt tut uns ein Kater quergestellt gucken, der Mann. Das kann man scheinbar noch holen.
Ja.
Lenkung? Ja, die hat es vorhin aber.
Du wirst von mir nichts hören.
Sagt das nicht, sagt was. Aber so von der Folge unserer Radl ist da. Steckt drin.
Die haben es viel schwerer. Die haben es viel schwerer.
Die Folgen liegen
Dann
so.
sehen wir, was ist denn dann durch der Hunger? Ich beschwere mich heute nicht. Ich beschwere mich heute nicht.
Ich habe gewusst, dass es jetzt kommt. So ein kleines Ding, so ein Hobel.
Next up, we have our first of two DD2 finals, each taking over place over a duration of 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Here's the lineup for final one. Sebastian Janchevsky will start on pole position, and alongside him will be the Czech Republic's Petr Bezel. Niklas Krains from Germany and Zander Triblak round out the top two rows, ahead of defending champion Jakob Bezel and Manuel Tenchert in the 484 from Austria on the outside of row 3. Matthias Lund from Denmark and Mick Nolsen from the Netherlands will be on row 4, ahead of Zenderua in the 409 and the 430 of Daniel Mahacek, who ran out the top 10. Glenn Van Perijs, who admitted to me earlier on today with a quick chat, he said, yeah, I feel a bit battered and bruised, but I'm still going to fight. He starts from 11th, but alongside will be Germany's Marcel Steinitz. Imke Ars and Wolfgang Cornissen will start from 13th and 14th with Silas Ritter, Nicola Pico, Mark Bartels, Jan Nigussens, Jiri Matajek and Florian Breidenbach rounding out the top 20 with Luke Schiepers, Maxim de Hich and Oliver Breidenbach completing the 23 strong. After this race, we'll have two more to take us to the lunch break with the first final for DD2 Masters and the pre-final, the second day of competition for the Deutsche Elektrokartmeisterschaft. Take us on to lunch break. 14 minutes set on the timer. Red lights are ignited on the gantry. So the drivers now start to build up speed. They start to split and head into the tram lines. Easy does it. Let's see. When the revs rise, do we go lights down and racing? Race director calls it a clean start, and we go off and away, and Petr Bezel gets muscled out the way by Niklas Krains, who gets passed up into second position as the field now makes its way. Oh, a little bit of tussle between the leaders. Janchevsky has a little bit of a clash there with Niklas Krains, but the pair get away with it as Glenn Van Perijs trying to keep his set around the outside, going through, and I think he's just got past Manuel Tenchert. The Austrian drifts wide, and then all of a sudden that gives the door to be opened for Daniel Mahacek. So it looks like Matthias Lund is not too far, well, Marcel Steinitz not too far behind, as then the 406, I think that is, of Nicola Picot is being challenged by Silas Ritter. Mick Nolsen looks to have dropped considerably down the order as they come across the line to complete lap number 1. Janchevsky leads. Schurblack now up into second past Krains as they hurtle their way through turns 1 and 2 and into 3. Niklas Krains rounds out the top 3. Petr Bezel leads Jakob Bezel. Then it's Zenderua. Then it's Matthias Lund. Glenn Van Perijs now rounds out the top 8 ahead of Daniel Mahacek, with Austria's Manuel Tenchert rounding out the top 10. Marcel Steiner now finds his way up into 11th position, ahead of Nicolas Picot from France, who's up into 12th place, having started down in 16th. Oliver Breidenbach now gets past Luke Schiepers for 22nd position as Mick Nolsen senses an opportunity to go up the inside of Silas Ritter. Looks like the Dutchman might have made the move, and that is the case. Nice and cleanly done. But then Ritter responds and goes up the inside, and we've had a full course yellow, and we've got a couple of drivers marshalling team on the scene. Marshalling team on the scene. One of the drivers out. It looks like a driver from. The red flag has been called. Red flag has been called for an incident on turn 11. Just to inform everyone on the stream, we have had a red flag stoppage with 11 minutes and 51 seconds to go, having completed lap 2. Medical team has been called. Medical team has been called. 2 carts involved. The remainder of the grid has now been asked to stop on the start-finish straight. Medical team has been called. We will update you accordingly. Thank you for your patience.
Ich glaube, da wird eine ganz kurze Mittagspause. Hast du gesehen, was passiert war?
Los da, muss das auch runterzeigen, das muss ich nicht machen. Das muss jetzt ausgrüßen. Was da ist. Vorher muss man das anzeigen, wenn ich ganz einfach so ist, ist nichts. Ich glaube, sie müssen aber rein, ich muss dann nicht zeigen.
Ja, da kann ich nichts zu sagen. Denkst du, die starten komplett neu oder ist ja die Zeit im Weg?
Also einer ist weggehauen, oder? Das wäre nicht so lange jeder Woche. Okay. Rally. Man weiß nicht, das ist jetzt 20 oder 50. Das war 20. Aber echt gut. Autos. Ja, es ist nichts mehr jetzt. Ciao, ciao. Ah ja. Wie willst du walking würde? So, ja. Ja, du wirst doch jetzt ein Heck wieder so, die Finger da so her. Irgendwelche und dann kommst du es da.
Check.
Ja. Ja, so soll es mir nicht gebracht haben. So sehe ich von mir, das ist auch so verglasen oder so. Die Richtung 2. Ja. Welche neueste oder? Und dann geht's gut. Der wird der selber reingekommen. Ja. Ja, der sagt nicht, das macht doch schon viel. Jetzt willst du es noch fotografieren, du vorstellen oder was? Das Sachverständiger jetzt noch, oder? Du fotografieren, Sachverständiger jetzt noch, oder?
Ja, man sitzt dann auf der Liste, oder am Sarg, auch da auf den Kopf, auch mit seinem Kopf. Und ich glaube, das Kart, das hat dann da drin Sachverständiger gesagt. Da sind wir die drinnen, die Dienststunden, das läuft ja nicht.
Weil der Verwalter der Sitz abbrochen. Hat sich gebracht jetzt so schnell. Du darfst nicht mehr ins Bad, du.
Ja, mein großen Boot schon daheim. Das ist sicher gut.
Du hast noch einen Hausbau stehen gehabt, oder?
Das ist doch ein Treibhaus.
Treibhaus.
Du guckst ja einen Boot von die Moskau nicht drauf anstellen.
Jetzt weiß ich auch warum, dass du nicht mehr tust. Treibhaus drinnen.
Ja, 300 € kostet das.
Ja, ich habe schon schön gesehen, aber da ist nachgegangen bis zu deinem Solarium. Das ist doch kein Scheiß, da muss doch kein Rennen mehr fahren.
Die startet sie mal bei den
32 Jahren.
bei den Senioren.
Oh, was er vorher macht, den er ist zurückgefahren bis auf 9 und dann ist es noch bis auf 5, oder? Ja. Da ist er, hat es aber binnen von 4 Runden oder was, hat es nur bis auf 5 geschafft nachher. Und gestern jeden Lauf gewonnen. Der Schwedin.
Olson.
Ja, Olson dann bestimmt.
Ja, du kannst halt absolut machen.
Ganz Jungs gesetzt. Ich habe nicht gestartet. Dann hat es ein paar Mal weggekommen. Dann der Abstand war es voraus und dann beim zweiten. Interessant beim letzten Lauf.
Ja, drei Stück dabei in der Senior.
Bei Junioren ist ein Mädel vorne. Also am Startplatz hat er eine Zeit lang geführt, aber der ist dann bloß nicht richtig. Ist der Blonde? Ist der ist auch nicht so, ist im Mittelfeld vorbei. Schau, so, na, das ist ja im Späti. Der fährt da mit bei den Senioren, war die andere mit der Nummer 300 der erste ist.
Update everybody on the stream. An incident involving the 490 of Yanni Gussens, who is now receiving medical treatment, and Oliver Breidenbach will not be taking any further part in final one. So we'll be getting things back underway. We will have a full restart, so we will start with 14 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. as the drivers have now been sorted into their relevant grid positions for a full restart, which will get underway momentarily.
Hinter dem letzten Masten da. Nein, hinter dem mittleren Masten, also mit der zwei Linie gekommen und der hat ihn aufstehen. Das ist dann auch schon langsam.
Sanke ist aktuell von dem ist Kart über von links komplett ab.
Jetzt schauen wir, ist das Kart, wo das drin steht? Ja,
Jetzt ist da vorne.
das haben sie da rein da und dann ist er noch gekommen und das Kart.
Ja, hinten ist und der andere vorne nicht.
Ja, ist schon das.
Er kommt jetzt noch auf Sachverständiger mit einem Zettel.
Gehen wir nächsten Monat vor.
Schaut sich das Ding an. Oder ist er schon da?
Ja, jetzt sind 4 Wochen lang drin.
Ja, weißt du, da das ist, wenn man noch Stand noch.
Ja, hängt da alles davon.
Ja, 422. Das zeigt schon wieder das aus in einem Zettel, der sagt, schaut nicht, danke hoch, das anschauen und alles. In Ordnung wurde gesagt.
Ja, mal lesen, wo
Ja, definitiv voll, ja. Ich wollte außerdem 2 Mal fahren, aber da war 5 Tage hintereinander das Pist hat. Ich habe gesagt, ja, nicht fahren.
Sie starten auf 400
Oktober, bis zum Oktober, bis zum Auto muss wieder was. Alles gut, ja. 2 Jahre.
Also haben wir nicht viel Zeit.
Ja, komm, schauen wir es da an.
Das sind erstmal schon was.
Hörst du Reifen und Norddivision?
Da wird schon mal Tag was geht.
Ja, wir schauen mal, ob ich das spare. Ich will nur sagen, der kommt über Zeit noch nicht. Der war garantiert bei den 10 oder 3.
Mal ein schlechtes Auto, dann weißt du, nur mal ein Auto Oktober, erst in Österreich haben sie mal ausgeführt, also der Rest auf dem Trocken überholt. Das war eigentlich gar nicht wegen gut, aber hat er das nicht gehabt. Weit zurück, dann werden wir
Also das letzte Mal,
Warte, wir sind da gleich.
Mit dem Auto super fahren, dann die anderen auch schon. Zum
Paddock announcement. Could the following senior Rotax drivers report to race control immediately? So 399, Luca Leistra. 399, Luca Leistra. And 357, Vincent Scott. After a red flag stoppage with 11 minutes and 51 seconds on the clock remaining in the first of two DD2 finals, we have a full restart for the second time this weekend. So let's, I'll just quickly run through the grid. So Sebastian Janchevski will start alongside Peter Bezel with Janchevski on pole. Keynes and Triblak row 2. Bezel, Jakub Bezel and Tenchert on row 3. Lund and Knowlton row 4 with De Ruyter and Mahacek rounding out the top 10. Followed by Van Parijs, Steinert, Arts, Antonissen, Silas Ritter, Nicola Picot, Mark Bartels, Florian Breitenbach, Jiri Matashek. Jiri Matashek ahead of Florian Breitenbach with Luke Schiepers and Maxim Derich being the last of the 21 drivers, as Oliver Breitenbach and Yanni Gussens involved in that incident. Silas Ritter won't take any part either as we go lights out once again. As Keynes manages to get past Peter Bezel for second position. So it looks like Oliver Breitenbach has rejoined, as there is one kart that has gone off of turn 4 and has ended up shortcutting through into turn number 8. And that driver is the 488 of Mark Bartels, who is just waiting for the field to go past, and we'll have to let the traffic through. That was a shortcut. I'm not too sure if it was an intentional shortcut or whether, and it looks like there is a drop. Now, there has been an incident once again. This time, a cart is stuck on the grass just on the bank on the outside of turn number 8. So Silas Ritter out. Yanni Gussens not taking any further participation due to medical attention being required. But now, the drivers making their way through turn 4. Now into 5 and into 6. Simon Triblak leads ahead of the 461 of Peter Bezel. Niklas Keynes, Manuel Tencher, Daniel Mahacek, Zen Drua, Mick Knowlton. As Glenn Van Parijs has dropped down, way down the order. Just trying to pick out where he is. Now, was he one of the karts involved? Not quite sure, but I'll wait until the timing screens do confirm that momentarily. So Triblak has got a fight on his hands, as there's an absolute swarm of DD2 karts just behind the 402 from Belgium. They come across the line. 2 tenths separate first from second. So Glenn Van Parijs, Maxim Dirich Silas Ritter and Yanni Gussens. Well, Yanni Gussens was already out after the red flag stoppage. As it's getting very feisty. Oh, it's side pod to side pod towards the bottom part of the top 10. As now someone goes sideways, that's Zendarua. He caught the grass with the left rear wheel and the cart went sideways. He manages to try and shut the door and put the blockers on in front of Mick Knowlton, not allowing the Dutchman to get past. Just behind is the 423 of Marcel Steinert, who looks up the inside through into turn 12. So we're down to 19 competitors. 11 minutes and 23 seconds still to go. Mick Knowlton trying to go up the inside of Zendarua for fifth place. Gets through on turn 3. Darua looked up the inside through into turn 4, but couldn't go through. There wasn't enough gap, I think, in the eyes of the 409. As Marc Bartels goes side by side and interlocks wheels with Nicolas Picot from France. The Frenchman trying to go up the inside and passes through quite forcefully. Bartels runs wide on the exit of the corner. And then there is Sebastian Janchevsky, who's all the way down in what is effectively 11th position. So the pole sitter out of the top 10, kind of a repeat from what we saw at Karting Genk 4 weeks ago. And Zonder Trublack now still continues to lead. Coming into this round, he had 11 points and rounded out the top 10. He missed out on the title at the final round here this time last year and finished runner-up. So he leads by over 0.3 of a second ahead of Peter Bezel. Then it's Daniel Mahacek. Manuel Tencher rounds out the top 4. Mick Knowlton, Zendarua, Marcel Steiner, Niklas Keynes, and now Francis Nicolas Picot and Poland's Sebastian Janchevsky round out the top 10. Just behind is Marc Bartels, with Florian Breidenbach having started 20th, now up into 12th ahead of Matthias Lund, as Picot goes for another move and this time gets past Niklas Keynes. Janchevsky tries to go up the inside of the German on the run down to turn 13. Gets through, gets past. The German has to no other alternative but to run wide to make sure he doesn't make contact. So Bartels now into 10th, ahead of Florian Breidenbach in the 433. Niklas Keynes now down to 12th place. Matthias Lund, Imke Arndt and Jiri Matacek round out the top 15. Luke Schiepers has been passed by Ruth Antonissen for 16th place. Lead between Trublack and Bezel. Peter Bezel in the 461 representing the Czech Republic. The gap between them was just over 0.3 of a second last time around. As the battle between Mick Knowlton and Zendarua now has a third combatant in the form of Marcel Steinert from Germany in the 423. Top 7, now the top 11 at least across the start-finish line. We go on to lap number 7 here. Peter Bezel keeping pace with Zonder Trublack as Nicolas Picot is the fastest driver out there. The 406 with Dams Racing from France puts in a 49.625 on the completion of lap number 6. He's now trying to close the gap to Marcel Steiner, which across the line last time was over 8.5 of a second. As now Niklas Keynes has dropped all the way out of the top 18 and is showing in 19th at the moment and looks to have parked it. So Niklas Keynes not also having the greatest run of luck on Sunday either. So he started with 22 as Oliver Breidenbach actually managed to get the kart repaired in the pre-grid and was allowed to compete as long as it was given okay by the scrutineer, which was the case. 7 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap to go. Peter Bezel trying to close on Zonder Trublack, as now Florian Breidenbach is the fastest driver out there. The 433 from Germany puts in a 49.511 and is trying to close the gap to Sebastian Janchevsky from Poland, who's just ahead in 9th position. Zonder Trublack now responds and puts in the fastest lap of the race of 49.509. gets over 3.5 tenths of a second advantage between himself and Petr Bezl. Daniel Mahacek with a 49.666 second lap time. So he's running at the pace that the leaders are doing so at the moment. Tencha still holding station in 4th as Mick Knowlton is in 5th place ahead of Zenderua. Marcel Steinert in 7th. Pico, Janchevsky, Florian Breitenbach, and it is a confirmed retirement for Niklas Grenz. So we are down from 22 starters on the full restart down to 18. And again, the fastest lap time goes back to into the hands of Nicolas Picot. With a 49.416, the Frenchman trying to close and has dropped the gap between himself and Marcel Steinert to just over 4 tenths. It looks to be even closer still through turns 8, now into 9, into the left at 10, just under 6 minutes remaining. As there was a bit of a run wide coming out of turn 10 by Luke Scheepers, who kicked up the dust. So Shriblack now trying to start breaking away. Gap between him and Petr Bezl still around 3.5 tenths of a second or so. But Daniel Mahacek is closing. Florian Breitenbach now takes back the fastest lap of the race on the completion of lap 10. Mahacek now has half a second to find in the next couple of laps or so, which will put him onto the same level playing field as the two in front. And with him is coming Manuel Tencha. So 2 Austrians trying to battle their way towards the lead battle in terms of pure pace. But Mahacek really starting to move forward. Knowlton still being closed in on by Zenderua with Manuel Tencha, Nicolas Picot, Sebastian Janchevsky, and now Florian Breitenbach. They start to concertina and close up. Just under 5 minutes of this race remaining, plus an additional lap. As the race hits a steady flow, but the person that's gained the most at the minute is Daniel Mahacek, who is really pushing the 4:30. He closed the gap to Petr Bezl to around 4 tenths of a second. And again, is closing quickly. I think Petr Bezl, yes, he takes a glance over the right shoulder, does the 4:61 from the Czech Republic. Looks to see where Mahacek is in terms of vicinity. So 12 laps completed. Mahacek got closer still, took out another 1/10 of a second in the gap between himself and Petr Bezl. Tencha looks to be dropping away ever so slightly, but is still running in the 49.5s. So the top 3 were covered by just 7 tenths of a second from Shriblack down to Mahacek. So the war of chess out on the tarmac starts to unfold before our very eyes. As a little bit further back, Pico trying to close in on Marcel Steiner, 4-6 position. Florian Breitenbach still holds the fastest lap of the race as Marcel Steiner goes to within half a tenth of it and sets the personal best. As Jakob Bezl is actually down in 13th position and is trying to close up on the 4:13 from the Netherlands. Now there's drama for Tencha. He's dropped big time. I think he's got a problem. He's just put his hand up, his left hand up to let people pass. So he was running in 4th place, and the frustration shows. I've just seen the body language of Manuel Tencha. Van Panijs was leading coming into this round, and now our driver that was running second in the championship, just 3 points behind, he suffers technical problems in the latter stages. So Zander Shriblack continues to lead. Zenderua, what's happened to him? That that's my biggest question here, because he was running in 5th place. So Zendarua has parked it. I think Manuel Tencha, he's going to just, he's just trying, just steering out, seeing what's wrong with the cars, because it comes down to the driver's field. So Zendarua will be another retirement, the 5th out of this full restart. And Manuel Tencha will not score any points. So it is up to, I mean, the thing is, and also all 3 of the top 3 are out in this race, and the driver that really could profit from this, Sander Triblak, if he gets a maximum score, that is going to put him well into the top 5, provisionally speaking. So Zendarua, a confirmed retirement. Penebes will also can factor into this, because he'll have 40 points to his credit. That'll put him ahead of Sander Triblak, and that will put them amongst Vampirized, Tencher and Silas Ritter. Matthias Lund is on 29 points, and he's rounding out the top 10. So it's going to be incredibly tight in terms of the point standings. We come into just under the last 60 seconds of this race. But Sander Triblak has done an absolutely consummate performance at the front of the field with 41 seconds on the clock. We effectively go on to the penultimate lap of the race. So Zendarua, after 12 laps, has retired. Niklas Krenz on after 5 laps. Len Van Parijs and Maxim Devish out after the very first lap of the restart at turn number 4. Keeping an eye out for Manuel Tencha. No, the Austrian's pulled into the pits. That's a real shame, because he was running P5 and could have actually had that opportunity to gain points and take possibly the standings lead going into the second final. Final lap board is shown to Sander Triblak. His lead over Peter Bezel is now 5.5 tenths of a second. Daniel Mahacek, if he wants to get second place and get himself up the standings, he's got to do something on this last lap. But I fear that it's a bit too much to ask of him, but he'll be very happy with the 3rd place finish. Mick Knowlton and Marcel Steinert will round out the top 5 as the leader comes through turn 10 for the final time. Then you have Florian Breitenbach, who started down in 20th position, has profited significantly. He's 6th ahead of Nicola Picot, who has Sebastian Janchevsky tries to go up the inside of Nicola Picot. Picot shut the door, and Sebastian Janchevsky went barreling into the back of him. But Sander Triblak takes the win in final 1. Ahead of Peter Bezel, Daniel Mahacek rounds out the top 3. Mick Knowlton and Marcel Steiner at the top 5. Florian Breitenbach, Nicola Picot, Sebastian Janchevsky, Mark Bartels, and Denmark's Matthias Lund round out the top 10. Jakob Bezel in 11th, with Imke Arts, Luke Schiepers, Jiri Matajek and Oliver Breitenbach being the last of the classified points finishers, as points are awarded to the top 15 as per the sporting regulations. Wotan Tonnesson was the last of the classified finishers that completed this dramatic 18-lap race. Zendarua, Niklas Krenz, Glenn Van Parijs, Maxim Devish and Silas Ritter will have a lot of work to do this afternoon. And we'll give you an update as and when we know about Jan Nigelsens from Belgium in the 490. But Sander Triblak takes final 1 here at Wackersdorf.
Ungarn haben wir noch. Aha. Ja, aber das Eigeist.
3 Töchter beim Fahren.
Das Eigeist ins Fahrerlager. Gleich wieder links, die Reihe, wo die Zelte stehen, haben sie links das zweite Zelt. Da haben die Babika drin. Das ist der Cover.
Mit uns sind sie nicht verwandt, auf jeden Fall.
Ja, das ist was da, da muss ich die Mädels anschauen. Eine Blonde und 2 Stück da drin.
Wie gesagt, ich werde das Mädel nicht vergessen, wenn wir verkaufen haben.
Eine coole Karte sollte man.
Die hat schon nicht verblasen.
Ja. Der hat mehrere verkauft.
Steffi, der erste Start nach der Mittagspause bleibt weiterhin 13:30 nicht klar.
Ich war mal schon friedlich, aber ich habe auch
Nee, das wäre eher kontraproduktiv.
Das ist ja definitiv aber schon das.
erstes Jahr nicht mehr.
Wir haben einen Tag hinspringen und am nächsten Tag haben sie auch springen. Das ist halt so.
Was halt gut ist, wenn einer wirklich von Anfang an schon dabei ist, dann ist das schon so. Wobei kannst du auch nicht sagen, dass du Max Ultra ausschaust zum Beispiel, der war auch gut. Ja. Aber da oder in Dienstsaison im Eberdesigner war er Top-Fahrer.
Philipp.
Das ist Farbe-Sprühen, das muss ich. Das hat er extra ändern. Du wirst nicht glauben, mein Junior, der schaut gerne mal so Kinderfilme an. Und manchmal schaut er wahnsinnig aus.
Ja, das ist auch ein Kind. Das ist was anderes.
We go into our penultimate race before the lunch break, which will be shortened obviously due to the time delay that we currently have at the moment. Running approximately nearly half an hour behind schedule, but it is DD2 Masters. Your grid is as follows. Roberto Pajewski will line up on pole position, alongside will be the other driver that secured a heat win yesterday, Michael Becker from Germany. Third place will be Sławomir Milanski in the 561 from Poland. Marco Winkler in the 566 representing Germany will line up alongside the 2018 Rotax Euro Trophy DD2 Masters champion on row 2. Timo Haug in the 505 from FM Racing will be alongside, will have Christoph Adams in the 555 from Belgium alongside Alessandro Glauser from FM Racing, and Tommy Helfinger from Viola Cup Racing Team in the 506 will be on row 4, with Rudy Champion from Piquet's Competition representing France in the 544, and Thomas Schumacher from Germany in the 531 from KSB Racing Team. Sebastian Humpelhardt in the 509, Renato Kemiger and Bruno Dos Santos round out the 13-strong grid for DD2 Masters. Pajewski is the one that has been able to eke an advantage and had scored an amount of 2 points yesterday. So the lower your score, the higher you are up in the rankings. 4 points to Becker. Milanski was on 11 with Winkler on 15 after qualifying and all 3 heats. Red lights are on the starting gantry for DD2 Masters. So can Roberto Pajewski keep Michael Becker at bay? They keep us waiting with bated breath as they now split. Go into the tram lines. Let's see who punches down the throttle first. And it looks like we got a clean start, but Michael Becker was caught unawares, I think, as Sławomir Milanski manages to get up into second through turn 3. Got a great start there from third position. So as Michael Becker fell back, and he has fallen back as, that's Thomas Schumacher that's now been, well, he's just had nowhere to go and has been caught out through on the inside of turn number 5 as the German now exits the kart. Down to 12 competitors out of 13 that started. Just 30 seconds to go. So this time Brzezowski will have Moransky chasing him down. Looks like Timo Haug has gotten up into third place. Alessandro Glauser in the 5.04 and Michael Becker now round out the top 5 as they come across the line to complete lap 1. Top 4 separate, covered by just under 0.7 of a second as Moransky gets very close to Brzezowski, looks to the inside on turn 4, into the left at 5. Then into the next corner at the number 6 hairpin, through into turn 7, into 8, through into the other right-hander at 9, through into the left at 10. As Christoph Adams now is ahead of Marco Winkler, as the two drivers 6th and 7th respectively, as there was a send and a half from Sebastian Humpelhardt up the inside of Rudy Champion through turn 11 as the Frenchman responds in kind, forces the German wide who drops to the back of the field as Bruno Dos Santos and Reinaldo Kremiger were side by side coming out of turn 12. Brzezowski puts in a 50.116 second lap time and Moransky very much the case of not far off of the pace of the Austrian. Now Timo Haug factors in as Alessandro Glauser has been passed by Michael Becker for 4th place. 3-second penalty for Reinaldo Kremiger. That to me says 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the rolling start. As Thomas Schumacher is now safely out of harm's way. Looks to be at Marshall post 3, I think, on the inside of turn 6 as the leaders come through. As Michael Becker goes fastest of anybody on that lap, 49.883 seconds from the 5.26 representing Germany. Timo Haug now closes up to the back bumper of Slavomir Moransky, and the top 3 were covered by less than half a second this time just gone. 11 minutes still to go out of 14 plus a lap. And in terms of the lap times being set, Brzezowski is yet to go sub 50 seconds, but now he does. 49.948 second lap time for the last year's DD2 Masters champion, who also secured the Grand Finals champion status at Sarno last October. But he's not had it easy this weekend. Now Michael Becker looks to close on Timo Haug. Alessandro Glauser still keeping in touch. And then there is around about an 0.8 of a second gap between Glauser and the 5.04 and the 5.55 of Christoph Adams. And it's Marco Winkler, Tommy Helfinger, Rudy Champion, Sebastian Humpelhardt, being far, far away than he would like in terms of proximity to Slavomir Moransky, as the top 2 have broken away. But ever so slightly by 4.5 of a second ahead of Timo Haug. Michael Becker went quicker by over 1/10 of a second than the driver in third, Timo Haug from Germany. So Glauser keeping with them and keeping an eye on the gap between Glauser and Adams as well. And that's nearly up to a second. So the top 5 drivers are the only ones that have gone sub 50 seconds around the 1,190 metre circuit here at Wackersdorf, as Brzezowski, still after 6 laps completed, still leads. Moransky looks a bit closer, going through the right-hand sweeper at 3 and into 4 on the hairpin. Through into the left at 5, then the left-hand hairpin at 6. Eight minutes and 40 still remain as the game of karting chess gets played out between the top 5. Everyone making sure that they hit their braking points, turn in to the apex where they feel comfortable, power out of the corners correctly, ensuring that they have no unforced errors to allow an opportunity for one of the drivers behind to get an opportunity to pass. As Tommy Helfinger now closes up on Marco Winkler for 7th place. Nearly gets up the inside through the 566 from Germany, through into turn 4. But Winkler shuts the door. So from Pajewski down to Alessandro Glauser, the top 5 still covered by just a mere 1.2 seconds. Now the gap was 0.240 seconds between Pajewski and Moransky. Looks to be a little bit further this time, as Pajewski puts in the fastest lap, 49.722 seconds, and extends the gap up to 0.551 seconds between himself and Moransky. And Timo Haug was over a tenth quicker than the 561 from 4016. And Christoph Adams has just been given a 5-second penalty for leaving the tram lines with all 4 wheels. It's 3 seconds if it's 2 wheels outside the tram lines. It's a 5 if it's all 4. So Moransky trying to pull away from Timo Haug, who still has Michael Becker for company. So Christoph Adams at the moment has a gap between himself and Marco Winkler of just over a second. With a 5-second penalty, he's got to be further up the road than that to not go into the clutches effectively. He's 2.822 seconds behind Pajewski. But with Dos Santos, he could find himself at the bottom of the finishing order. So Adams has got to get a hustle on, big time. 5 minutes and 35 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. So Pajewski has now opened up a comfortable gap of 0.71 seconds ahead of Moransky. Between Haug, Becker and Glauser, they are covered by just over 1.1 seconds. And that's the battle for second through to 5th place. Christoph Adams at the moment, he's running 6th, 3 seconds down off the leader, but will drop down to just in front of Bruno Dos Santos. So we'll end up 11th. So the Frenchman, the Frenchman could be, if he gets the move on, he might be able to do the business and get past, effectively, posthumously speaking, past Christoph Adams at the back of the field. Bruno Dos Santos and Fernando Premiger are embroiled in their own little scrap. And that is for the final, that's the penultimate race position as things stand. 4 minutes and 15 still to go. Pajewski now trying to, he's opened up a gap, and it is a big gap now because he was over a tenth and a half quicker than Slavomir Moransky, a 49.650 second lap time last time around. He crosses line to complete lap number 12. Moransky sets a personal best. gap now 0.927 seconds. So Timo Haug ran 0.4 of a second off of Moransky, but Michael Becker looking to close. Haug and Becker last time around were pretty much even Stevens on pace as Rudy Champion gets passed up the inside by Sebastian Humpelhardt for 9th position, which will effectively become 8th, depending on the gap that Christoph Adams now builds. And with the way things are going, he could end up 10th if he just keeps on pushing forward. Brzezowski again for the second lap in succession goes faster than anybody and puts down a new benchmark of a 49.623 on the completion of lap number 13. Michael Becker looking closer than he has been over the last 2 or 3 laps as Rudy Champion now retakes 9th position away from Sebastian Humpelhardt. And what this means is that Slavomir Moransky will then start to provisionally lead the standings with a comfortable gap between himself and Sebastian Humpelhardt. We go into the last 2.25 minutes and the gap has been further extended as Roberto Brzezowski gets to within 29 thousandths of a second of his fastest lap that was set on lap 13, and on lap 14 it's a 49.652 from the Austrian in the 5.65. His gap now between him and Moransky 1.140 seconds. Timo Haug nearly half a second adrift of the Polish driver from 40.16 in third. Now nearly another half a second back to Michael Becker from RS Competition in the 5.26. Alessandro Glauser representing Switzerland in the 5.04 from FM Racing completes the top 5. So Christoph Adams looks to be putting in the work rate now to try and open up that gap to allow him to mitigate the amount of damage limitation he can exercise here as Rinaldo Premiger looks to have pulled it into the pits. So Thomas Schumacher out on the very first lap, and on lap number 13 Rinaldo Premiger, also representing Switzerland, now will not finish the race. So Brzezowski, that gap looks to have gone even further, probably over 1.5 seconds as he crosses the line. Now Moransky does, 1.4 seconds. So this is now the penultimate lap of the race. Rinaldo Premiger, along with Thomas Schumacher, is a confirmed retirement. So we're down to 11 drivers on the circuit, with Bruno Dos Santos from France in the 5.03 rounding out the 11 strong. They're still circulating as Rudy Champion still battling away with Sebastian Humpelhardt. So as Roberto Brzezowski goes over the bump towards turn 13, the timer strikes 0 and he gets the final lap board. And the gap now between him and Slavomir Moransky is still 1.413 seconds. But look at it this way, the way that Brzezowski has come back and has shown that form that took him to the title last year, pole position off the qualifying heats. He took 2 heat wins yesterday, finished second in the third one, which put him on pole position for this first final, and he's going to go into final 2 later on this afternoon on pole, as he now comes through towards turn 12 for the last time in this race. And he's also done the clean sweep with the fastest lap. But Roberto Brzezowski from Austria in the 5.65 from KSCA Soda Europe takes the checkered flag after 17 laps. Slavomir Moransky in second. Timo Haug in third ahead of Michael Becker and Alessandro Glauser. Christoph Adams finishes 5.459 seconds, but has a 5-second penalty post-race, which will put him, and it's been adjusted, he rounds out the top 10 behind Tommy Helfinger in 6th, Marco Winkler in 7th, Rudi Champion and Sebastian Rumpelhardt round out the top 9. Bruno dos Santos completes the 11 strong that finished the race after 18 laps, with retirements from Reinaldo Kremiger on lap 13 and Thomas Schumacher after an incident through turn 4 on the first lap, eliminated very early on.
Ja, schon, aber nicht so. War viel besser wie die letzten. Verschiedene, aber ganz Deutschland.
Weil die Elektrokarte sind. Eigentlich selben Herz.
Eine ist verschlossen geworden.
Ja, der Unfall gehabt.
Gerade zum Gehen, schauen wir hin.
Die müssen wirklich zum Rechten.
Minuten fahren und dann 5 Stunden.
Ja, 5 Stunden gefühlt abgeladen. Ja.
Ja, wie gehst du nach? Ja, 6 Stunden. Heute 2 Schrauben geboten. Nein. War dann, wo dann praktisch so Gabel mit Y in der Mitte war ein Riss. Und dann, wenn der Auto anlässt, dann hat sie die Kupfen so
So our final race before the lunch break, we have the Deutsche Elektrocup-Meisterschaft now out on circuit for their first race of the day, the pre-final. So your grid is as follows: Luca Vloma, who after full ratification took pole position for the 2nd day in succession, ahead of Great Britain's Axel Laflamme. Yolmesh in the E9 will have the E95 with Philipp Dierskirchen alongside on row 2. Diego Stifter in the E8 will have Elijah Alessandro Sai in the E15 alongside. Valentin Wiesender, Sebastian Kraft, Yasmin Stein and Mika Mosika round out the top 10, with Ellis Spiezia from the USA and Bjorn Niemann from kartmagazin.de rounding out the 12 strong. Again, as per we had yesterday, it will be a standing start. So the drivers just get us a formation lap to get an understanding of the track evolution and how the grip might help them through the course of this race. So it's 10 minutes plus an additional lap with Vloma on pole. Vloma won the pre-final yesterday when then Axel Laflamme took the final yesterday afternoon after managing to get past through turn 3 earlier on in the throes of the first final of the weekend. Their next round will be here in around 3 weeks' time. So, green flag waves at the back. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's see who gets the run down to turns 1, 2 and 3 as we go off and away. Great start there by Axel Laflamme, who quickly slots in front of Luca Vlerma as there's an almighty tussle for third place. As there was a little bit of a clash. I think that was Vizkirchen that ended up nearly causing a problem going through the right-hand sweeper at turn 3 as they head down to 6 for the first time. Wiesender trying to go around the outside of Spiezia through into turn 6, makes it through. As the leaders come through turn 10. Well, that is Diego Stifter that is actually leading the way, so we make our way through into turn number 12. Laflamme is actually down in 3rd position. Some of the drivers trying to make their way through the order. They come out of the final corner, put the foot down to the floor. So at the moment, the top 3 make their way through as Axel Laflamme tries to look up the inside of Luca Vlerma. As Vlerma goes up the inside of Stifter, forces his way through, gets through for the lead. And then Axel Laflamme goes absolutely full guns blazing through into turn 7 and makes the move through on the apex of turn 8 past Stifter. Then it's the E15 of Elijah Alessandro Saia rounding out the top 4 positions and trying to keep with the leaders. Yolmesh rounds out the top 5. As they come round the final couple of corners. So Vlerma looking to again take the advantage going into the final this afternoon, which should take place at around about 10 past 3 local time. So all 12 drivers still circulating as there was a look up the inside by Elijah Alessandro Saia on Diego Stifter going into turn 6, but Saia was a bit too far away to try and have an opportunity. Sebastian Kraft from Switzerland rounds out the top 6. As Philipp Vizkirchen closing on Elis Spiezia from the USA, who's doing a great job at the moment, rounding out the top 7 positions. Seven minutes and 23 seconds still to go. Vizkirchen closing in the back bumper of Elis Spiezia as up the inside there's a move for 3rd, and it nearly ended up being one of the drivers losing a couple of places through turn 6 as they now make their way through turns 9 and 10. Just over 3 minutes completed. So at the moment that was Joel Mesh that lost, now has gone up the inside of Diego Stifter, and that allows Sebastian Kraft in the E10 to now close up. So the top 2 of Luca Vlerma from Germany, Axel Laflamme from Great Britain. Then it is the number 15 of Elijah Alessandro Saia who rounds out the top 3. It is very, very close. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, tightly packed. Spiezia still holding on in front of Vizkirchen for what is 7th on the road. So Vlerma trying to keep a bit of a gap between himself and Axel Laflamme. Behind Spiezia and Vizkirchen is Jasmin Stein in the E17 entry. Valentin Wiesender, Mika Mosika and then Bjorn Niemann are still circulating on the track. All 12 competitors making it through so far as we fast approach the halfway point. Drivers that are trying to put in fastest laps. Well, Axel Laflamme is the fastest out there. On the completion of lap number 4, he put in a 50.377. Speeds approaching around 130 to 135 kilometres an hour, which is an increase, or is a Remarkable difference between a senior Rotax with a 125 Max Evo engine, which on the straightaways will top out at around 110 kilometers an hour. As Elijah Alessandro Saya is coming under fire now from Joel Mesh in the E9 in the battle for P3. Leaders now come across the line to complete lap number 6. Just under half the race to go, plus an additional lap. So Joel Mesh in the E9 now goes quicker than anybody with a 50.276. These carts that do have a 24 kilowatt power output do have an additional boost button. Which can be used both either to attack or defend. And it is down to the driver's discretion as to when they decide to push it. As now a great run through into P3, nearly goes Joel Mesh on Elijah Alessandro Saya through into turn 12. So Joel Mesh, who came into this round, if memory serves me correctly, he was leading the standings by 17 points ahead of Sebastian Kraft. So there has been a little bit of a development, I think. Well, Alice Schwietzia, just keeping an eye on him, he has actually dropped way down the order. He's dropped. He was running ahead of Philipp Wieskirchen. So I don't know whether there was a drama for the American a lap or two ago. So Wieskirchen now running solo as Jasmin Stein and Valentin Wiesender are battling away over position. That looks to be 8th place. In the meantime, Axel Lefram is trying to close up on Luca Vlona. This is kind of a repeat of what we had last time out, but Lefram got closer and closer to the German in the dying stages, and on the final lap tried an attempt through turns 3 and 4, but thought better of it and decided to go for it in the final, which the Brit promptly won. Now also coming into the battle for what is still 3rd place, Elijah Alessandro Saya still ahead of Joel Mesh. Diego Stifter still with them. And they round out the top 5 positions. 2 minutes and 23 seconds still to go as Vluma still crosses the line in first. As up the inside goes Joel Mesh, goes side by side through turn 3. Saya runs wide and nearly allows an opportunity for Stifter to go up into 4th position. So that was side by side and pretty much closer than you can probably want to have it on an overtake up the inside through turn 3. What this has meant is Alessandro Saya has Stifter behind, and there is Sebastian Kraft in the E10 from Switzerland, rounding out the top 10 positions, the top 6 positions, my apologies there. Wiesender still keeping pace with Jasmin Stein as they continue to battle away over 8th place. So as they're running in the sub 51 second bracket, Vluma did a 50.498, so 50.763 from Axel Laflamme, as Joel Mesh from Germany goes quicker than anybody. 50.161 from the E9 from Germany. And he is closing on Axel Laflamme. Just keeping an eye on the lap times, I mean, Laflamme was 0.6 of a second slower than Joel Mesh that particular occasion, as the German looks to the inside of turn 12. As, Stifter goes bumping into the curbs trying to overtake Elijah Alessandro Saya, and that allows Sebastian Kraft to close up. So, penultimate lap of the race. Axel Laflamme now trying to keep Joel Mesh at bay. Wants to hold on to second. That will give him the opportunity to fight with Vluma at the front of the field in the final later on this afternoon. But then Laflamme coming under increasing pressure through 7, 8 and 9 and into the left at 10. Timer counting down. This time pretty much it will be the final lap of the race. As Jolmesh has got past Axel Laflamme for second place, but Laflamme goes up the inside, steamrolls past, runs wide through turn 14. Jolmesh goes side by side, but Axel Laflamme sweeps up in front. Keeps second, going on to the final lap of the race, but Vloma is running away with it, 1.87 seconds. And now we have Elijah Alessandro Saya starting to close as Jolmesh tries to get up the inside of Axel Laflamme, who goes tight on the apex through 6, into 7, now into 8, into 9 they go for the final time as the leader heads down to turn 11, as Laflamme will have to go defensive for the next 3 corners. Jolmesh trying his utmost to get past Axel Laflamme. He's got one more run to do it. Oh, he's managed to do it. He managed to get past. And then there's now what's happened with Axel Laflamme, because he's dropped down. He nearly lost out, but he's going to try and power past. And he pulls round the outside, taking second as Luca Vloma takes the win here in the pre-final for DEKM. Luca Vloma won it by nearly 2.5 seconds, but Axel Laflamme came powering through and had the run, and he must have used that boost button because that's the opportune moment to do so out of the final corner, and he got the run on Jolmesh. Elijah Alessandro Saya takes P4 ahead of Diego Stifter in 5th place. Sebastian Kraft in 6th ahead of Philipp Dieskirchen. Valentin Wiesender, Jasmin Stein with Mika Mosica rounding out the top 10. Despite running within the top 7 positions, a great effort from the 14-year-old from Hoboken, New Jersey, of Alice Spiezia. He takes 11th with Bjorn Niemann, rounding out the 12 as they all finished within 25.6 seconds of each other.
Zeitplaner heute. Da ist nichts mit Slobo gehen. Als Handy. Kommst du das mit, oder nicht?
Ja, wenn ich keinen Namen dazu habe, kann ich nicht.
Ja, sowas eben. Wirklich 17 Kinder oder irgendwas. So, Klump hast du.
Kannst du sagen, ich bin's, der Kampf oder neue Helfer?
Der Eisbahn steht da nicht mehr da.
Ja.
Nee, also
Ist du nicht so gut gestanden? Oder gesehen, was er tun ist. Die fahren doch geil, was willst du denn?
Nichts mehr hinter uns, ja?
Das ist ganz kurz Pause. nicht gleich ausschaut. Bringt den Pfosten gut zum Beispiel.
Jetzt kommen wir, der zweite, der ist dann auch gekommen.
Mal schauen, ob du den Kopf kannst. Die Startweg machen. Bin ich gerade dabei.
Eine Frau Rastin, also
Hast du nur ein Bild von der Kamera, Steffi?
Michael für Easy. Also, hat der 527 die Lizenz abgeholt? Ja, der war gerade da. Okay.
Hast du dann ja schon gefragt, oder? Ruf den Mann vielleicht.
Ja, ich hab schon.
Soll ich die anderen auch mal denken?
Ja, geh mal eine Runde rum. Wie viel hat gefehlt?
Entschuldigung?
Wie viel hat gefehlt?
Gefehlt.
Daniel, 35.
Ja.
Also die Drohnenkamera, da ist alles eingesteckt. Ich habe keine Ahnung, warum die nicht gehen sollte.
Sag mir mal die Antennennummer.
Komm ich nicht hinauf. Z1, Z1. Ja, komm jetzt so. nein. Das ist nicht.
Auch mal stark rechts steht. Da liegt ja am Zentrum. Ziemlich genau in der Mitte.
So 5 more races to go. A total of 29 this weekend. Junior Rotax Final 2 about to get underway. And here is your grid. Kai Hillertz, who won Final 1 earlier on, will have Valentin Klus alongside. Tim Gerhard's, Hillertz's chief protagonist, will be on row 2. And alongside him will be Freddie Spindlow from Great Britain. Magnus Pedersen and Karel Schultz will be on row 3, ahead of Germany's Fahin Mega and Nick Gerhardt from the Netherlands, twin brother to Tim. Raphael Henhofer and Bruno Mulders complete the top 10, ahead of Kian Agasade, Eliska Babikova, Theo Eriksson, Christian de Klein, Thomas Martins, Matti Sturlo, Morris Schmeis, Adrian Labuda, Max Knappen and Austin Lee rounding out the top 20. Rafael Gwiczak and Maximilian Angelard, 21st and 22nd. Ahead of Gilles Chloé, Petra Babikova, Thomas Strauben, Nikita Genza and Lukas Schoenmakers. So Schoenmakers was disqualified apparently post-final number 1. So 27 drivers set to go into their final race, which in duration will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Around the circuit itself, but temperatures still, there's a little bit of mugginess in the air, a little bit of humidity, but it is dry, and this will provide a full out sprint over the next 11 minutes plus a lap. Into the tram lines that we go. Do we go green for this time around? We do. And a great start from Kai Hillertz, who manages to keep the lead for the moment, as Valentin Klus tries to go up the inside, but Freddie Spindlow side by side with the German goes into P2 through turn 4. Tim Gerhardt's already keeping himself in 4th position. He's now up the inside, barrels through the number 238 of Magnus Pedersen, who nearly gets swamped around the outside by Farin Mega. So the German now up into 5th place. There is a lot of toing and froing as Raphael Henhofer gets passed by Christian de Klein through turn 10. As it is all for themselves at the back of the order. As Thomas Strauben at the back of the field starting to try and move forward. But the top 3 have got a significant breakaway after just the first minute. Hillertz leads from Spindlow. Klus in 3rd place. There's an absolute train going down into turns 2 and 3. Spindlow shuts the door on Valentin Klus going into turn 5. Farin Mega in 4th. Tim Gerhardt and the 255 of Francis Karel Schultz rounds out the top 6. There's an almighty tussle for 7th to 12th place just behind, which involves the likes of the 225 of Kian Agasade from Germany, as Spindlow goes up the inside of Hillertz to take the lead. Valentin Klus powers past the pair of them on the run down to turn 13. Hillertz follows through past the German, getting past the Brit, but Spindlow responds. Across the line they go. Klus now leads. Spindlow in 2nd. Hillertz in 3rd. Farin Mega in 4th. Tim Gerhardt, Karel Schultz, Magnus Pedersen, Theo Eriksson, Christian de Klein and Kian Agasade. Well, it looks like there's been a change, because I think that maybe Kian Agasade has made at least maybe another position, but the 210 of Morris Schmeis has got past Thomas Martins, but has in the meantime been kept behind Kian Agasade from Bueller Kart Racing Team on the Sodi chassis. Austin Lee up to 23rd as now Freddie Spindle loses out to both Tim Gerhardt and Farin Mega. Oh, off goes Carol Schultz from France and drops way down the order after trying to break going into turn 12 and loses out big time. Farin Mega charging forward, as are many of the other drivers, which includes, I think, Maurice Schmeiser has just got up the inside of Kian Agastade. There's now a few other drivers, which includes Rafael Henhofer getting feisty, as well as Eliska Babikova in the 296. 5-second penalty has now been given to Thomas Strauven, possibly for all four wheels out the tram lines. We'll find out very shortly, as Nick Gerhardt looks to be out of the race, unfortunately, on just after the very first lap. And coming into this race, Tim Gerhardt has 57 points to his credit. Kai Hillert's 70, as the way things stand at the moment. So Hillertz has a 13-point advantage so far. He'll have 20 points if he keeps it in second position, putting him on 90 points coming out of the race here at Wackersdorf. And then it will be 73 for Tim Gerhardt. But Farin Mega has really done himself a massive justice here by keeping moving forward, despite the steering being bent after an incident in qualifying where both front wheels were towing outwards, and he was still battling to get a place on the grid in terms of a respectable lap time. He's managed to showcase that he can fight, as now Kai Hillertz goes up the inside of Valentin Klus for the lead through turn 3 on lap number 6. But Klus not able to respond through turn number 4. Tim Gerhardt is absolutely having to fight tooth and nail with Farin Mega, as Freddie Spindle now rejoins, along with Magnus Pedersen. Christian Decline rounds out the top 7. Theo Eriksson, Maurice Schmeiser and Eliska Babikova round out the top 10. Rafael Henhofer, who started in 9th round, is in 11th position, as Pedersen goes up the inside of Farin Mega, who's also lost out to Freddie Spindle. Fastest lap of the race at the minute is in the hands of Nikita Genza in the 2.26, down in 17th position, as Farin Mega now tries to go up the inside of Magnus Pedersen through into turn 3. But the German does not have enough room to make that happen. Looks up the inside of turn 4 and into 5, but can't get through. Christian Decline is starting to close. Farin Mega did a 51.982 the last lap, a 51.133 for Christian Decline. So that was over 0.8 of a second quicker. As now up the inside of Valentin Klus goes Tim Gerhardt to take second, as Hillertz still leads. Watch out for Freddie Spindle. And then Magnus Pedersen and Farin Mega and the closely catching Christian Decline. Just under 5 minutes remaining, 4 minutes and 48 plus an additional lap. As up the inside of Tim Gerhardt goes both Valentin Klus and Freddie Spindle. So the pair, as now Spindle goes up the inside of Klus through turn 6, as Farin Mega, tussles with Tim Gerhardt, and it nearly pitches around Magnus Pedersen, and I think the biggest loser in that one was Christian Decline. Mega drops back behind Maurice Schmeiser and Rafael Henhofer and Eliska Babikova. And the frustration of it all just clearly shows. So Christian Decline out of the race pretty much on lap number 7. He's trying to get the kart going again, but that's a real shame for the Dutch driver. Hillertz now has the lead of just under 0.9 of a second with 4 minutes to go, as the 2.12 of Thomas Strauven has been silently sidling his way through the field. He's got past Farin Mega. He's trying to get past Thomas Martins and nearly tries to go around the outside through into turn 5, tries to get the cut back through turn 6 and 7, but the 212 now has Bruno Mulders for company. And then just behind, Mathis Turlo. As we've also had another casualty, and that is Kian Agasade, who is running in the top 10, as high as 7th at one point. And now the 225 just has to unfortunately sit out the rest of the final on the sidelines. Just over 3 minutes to go. Helix has a lead of 0.7 of a second. And in the moment, with the way things stand, Helix will leave this with effectively a 25 points advantage over Tim Gerhardt, who is having to battle with Magnus Pedersen. Eliska Babikova is ahead of Theo Eriksson, who's got Rafael Renhofer closing on his back bumper with an absolute rate of knots. As Lukas Schoenmakers, who ended up starting from the last position on the grid, now hits the top 10. And he's put in the fastest lap of the race of 50.637, and it could have been a case of what could have been for the 202. But he's trying to get some points. And only scored 3 in the last final at Carlton Gate 4 weeks ago. And there's a great move up the inside from, that was the 248 of Max Knappen up the inside of Gilles Chloé. And then there was another change just in front of that. As now everyone's fighting amongst the scraps. Lukas Schoenmakers getting stuck in along with Theo Eriksson. There is a four-way scrap. Schoenmakers tries to go up through the inside of Eriksson through turn 13 and 14, but has Nikita Genza right on the back bumper. Under 90 seconds of this race, plus an additional lap still to go, as it is getting very, very hot under the collar for the drivers competing for 7th position, which is being led at the moment by Theo Eriksson. But Maurice Schmeis, Nikita Genza gets one sent up the inside by Lukas Schoenmakers, and Schoenmakers makes the place. Oh my goodness, Thomas Martins bumps into the side of Bruno Mulders in the 277 through turn 8. And he drops it a few places. Farin Mega tries to thread the eye of the needle between Thomas Stuyven and Max Knappen. Oh, Mega goes sideways through turn 11, but manages to catch it. Oh, that is getting absolutely chaotic there at the bottom part of what is around about the top 15 positions, and it's not finished yet. 34 seconds on the clock remaining. And Kai Hillertz still keeping himself ahead of everybody, but Freddie Spindlow is closing. Took 16 points, took 13 points in the first final. He'll have 33 if he stays in second, but any racing driver worth their salt will want to go for that victory. Thomas Stuyven, in the meantime, is the one that's the fastest on the circuit. A 50.616, so we've had Adrien Labuda, Christian Decline, Kian Agasade and Nick Gerhardt retire. 23 drivers still circulating as Farin Mega gets one thrown up the inside of him, and he gets pushed wide coming out of turn 12. Bruno Mulders was on the inside, and there were a couple of other cars just line astern with him. We're now on the final lap of this race as Freddie Spindlow closes onto the back bumper as the swarm goes through, still turn 3. I cannot believe what I'm seeing before my very eyes as Lukas Schoenmakers up the inside of Theo Eriksson to take the position. And Nikita Genza tries to filter through 2 on turn 6 and nearly got it through going into turn 7, but couldn't make it past. So just a few more corners to go. I think Freddie Spindlow will be quite happy with a 4th and a 2nd here this weekend at Wackersdorf as Nikita Genza loses out once again. This time to Thomas Stuyven, who's just got past, but Kai Hillertz does the double here in Germany and takes a maximum score of 50 points, which puts him on 90. Provisionally speaking, at the end of this weekend's action, Freddie Spindlow took 2nd ahead of Valentin Klus, Tim Gerhardt will go into Adria in 6 weeks' time, provisionally speaking, with a 25-point deficit, putting him on 70 for round 3. Fifth, it was Magnus Pedersen. Eliska Babikova took 6th. Morris Schmeis took 7th, ahead of Lukas Schoenmakers, who finished 8th in the end. Theo Eriksson, Raphael Renhofer, Thomas Strauven, Nikita Genza, Bruno Mulders, Karel Schultz and Thomas Martins rounds out the top 15. Matti Sturlo, Farin Mega. Well, there has been a change for the 212 of Thomas Strauven, who drops to 13th. So Mulders takes 12th, Strauven 13th. Schultz and Martins round out the top 15, who all score points. Mathis Turlo, Farin Mega, Petra Babikova, Austin Lee and Max Krappen round out the top 20. Gilles Chloé, Rafael Kvitschak and Maximilian Angelard round out the 23 that finished the 14 laps. With Adrien Labuda retiring in lap 8, Christian de Kuyne on lap 7, as well as Kian Agassade and Nick Gerhardt having his race ended rather abruptly on lap number 1. Achtung, Achtung. Könnte jemand aus dem Procard Raceline Shop bitte am Startziel helfen? Konnte jemand aus der Procard Raceline Shop bitte am Startziel helfen? Danke. For some information for those on the live stream at home, we do have a slight delay. We do need to effect some barrier repairs, which we are trying to get organised as we speak. As soon as that is completed, we will not be starting with the second final for senior Rotax. So we've requested someone from the Procart Raceland shop here on site to assist the team on the circuit. So please bear with us. Thank you very much for your patience. So after barrier repairs carried out just off of turns 2 and 3, we get underway with our second of 2 senior Rotax finals. The grid is as follows. Mark Kimber and Lachlan Robinson will be on the front row. Just behind them on row 2 will be Lewis Gilbert and Matilda Olson. Vincent France and Charlie Turner round out the top 3 rows ahead of Teresa Babikova and Sean Butcher, with Carol Pett and Arthur Walsh rounding out the top 10 positions. Hal Finkel and Emily De Hoy's row 6. Mads Ries, Tim Mikametz, row 7. Luca Leistra, Luna Blum, row 8. Fabian Bock, Max Stemmerding, row 9, with Bradley Barrett and Andreas Hebel rounding out the top 20. Felix Hansson and Titus Schmidli, row number 11, ahead of James Johnson, Philip Vava, Linus Hensen, Mario Sidler, Robin Knutsson, Bart de Witt, Maurice Schuring, Stormbra, Flint Schuring, Björdoristin, Erhard Turker, Matej Richter, Leonie Claude and Kian Sang. And there is a definite possibility we will have a new championship leader after the sudden withdrawal due to a slip disc injury for Dylan LaHaye after yesterday's activities. Puts the double race winner on the back foot. Hopefully we'll see him back in 6 weeks at Adria. 14 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. Sets on the timer. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. Kimber and Robinson will anticipate the start. They control the pace. We come round the final corner. Revs rise. Lights go out and we are off and racing, as it is 2 by 2 between the top 2 rows. But Kimber gets the initial getaway. Gilbert past Robinson as Olson looks to have dropped a few places. As Sean Butcher gets past the defending champion, as it is all for themselves. Everyone's trying to make it through and survive the first lap. So the top 3 get through. Someone runs a little bit wide. That looked to be the 3:17 of Ralf Finkel. So the drivers now will have to push as Matilda Olson goes towards the outside of Vincent France towards turn 12. As Charlie Turner now up into P4. Kimber will come round to the final corner to complete lap number 1 as the leader. Lachlan Robinson in second, being followed by Lewis Gilbert. Charlie Turner. Vincent France gets pounced on by Matilda Olson, and the Swede gets past for 5th. Mads Ries looking to steal a bit of thunder from Carol Pett and manages to get past the Polish driver for 9th place, going through into turn 4. As now Artur Horsch definitely coming under the crossfire of those charging forward from behind. So everyone trying to make their way through. Some drivers looking to make positional gains, others using strategy, as there's a little bit of a touch there. That was the 3:37 of James Johnson that got a tap from behind. And I saw a little bit of debris fly off from the back of the 337 as a result of a slight touch from Linus Hensen, as Charlie Turner gets passed by Matilda Olson for 4th position on the inside of turn number 4. And Olson has set the fastest lap as barreling round the inside into Teresa Babikova goes Mads Ries as Luca Leistra tried to get past there too. As it is side by side outside of the top 23 going turn number 6. Babikova looks over the left shoulder to see as we had someone go off. And that is Lewis Gilbert. So Lewis Gilbert drops right down the order behind Erhard Turker. So Robinson in second, trying to chase down Lachlan Robinson. As as everyone else. And it looks like it was an incident possibly involved. Well, Flint Schuring and Titus Schmidli have also dropped. Leonie Claude is out before the race has really gotten started, so the French driver in the 323 has retired. But Robinson closing on Kimber. Robinson scored 5 points again, and Robinson's got the lead through the inside of turn 11. Nicely done by the UAE-based driver based out of Dubai. He's got past Mark Kimber. Very, very respected and very, very hard charging within karting circles. He joined us at the Winter Cup, back at Karting Campos in late February. Now Kimber returns the favour through turn 3 as they hurtle their way through the right-hand sweeper. This is allowing Matilda Olsson to close. And Mads Rees, in the meantime, has set the fastest lap of the race. A 50.285 from the Dane, currently running behind Vincent France at the minute. The Dane from Dams Racing starting to close. Behind them, they've got Teresa Babikova and Carol Kret, Ralf Winkel, Artur Horsch, Luca Leistra. And Felix Jansson looks to have been passed by Emily de Hoys from the Netherlands. So the 339 with JJ Racing now up a further position, puts her 13th. Olsson is starting to go towards the front in customary fashion, and she sets the fastest lap of 50.082. Exactly 80 thousandths quicker than Kimber, who's still leading. Top 3 covered by just under 6.5 tenths of a second, as Sean Butcher has got past Charlie Turner for 4th place. Vincent France and Mads Rees now join the 4-cart battle. 9 minutes and 17 seconds still to go. Morris Schuring gets past Linus Hansen for 20th. Lewis Gilbert, unfortunately, has dropped way to the back of the order, and I'm not too sure if the Scot is going to be taking any further part. That has really hurt him, because he came into this race with 24 points. As it is definitely getting very, very quick, and in terms of the positional changes, as Charlie Turner loses out to Vincent France through turn 4. Mads Rees now trying to go up the Brit and go side by side through turn 6, makes the move and gets past. So Charlie Turner drops from 5th to 7th. Kian Sang up to 26th. Philip Vanver up to 21st behind Morris Schuring, who completes the top 20. Drivers that are currently in the top 15 who will provisionally score points are Kimber, Robinson, Olsson, Butcher, France, Rees, Turner, Babikova, Kret, Winkel, Horsch, Leistra, De Hoys, Jansson and Tim Mika Metz rounding out the top 15. Lap 7 completed. Top 3 covered by 0.481 seconds as Sean Butcher goes quicker than anybody else, as the Brit based out of London in the 349 seems to have got his stride back, and he's pushing forward like crazy. As we've had the 316 of Flint Schuring being handed a 5-second penalty for a collision. He caused the collision earlier on, and that has really changed not just his race, but that puts him, well, it puts him he's 34th anyway behind Vid Doristin. But he now has to try and make up some time, but it may not help him in terms of the running order of things. So Kimber still leading. Robinson 3rd. Olsson still in 4th place. 3rd place. Butcher in 4th. Vincent France a little bit further adrift, that is being chased down by Mads Rees. Charlie Turner not too far behind the Danish driver in the 379. So Kimber still leads. Lachlan Robinson still is keeping within around 3/10 of a second away from the Brits. Olsson just 2/10 behind the 326 from the UAE. It is about who wants it the most, who is going to push it to the limit of adhesion. We're over half time as we approach 6 minutes and a quarter still to go. Sean Butcher still trying to push like crazy. He's just under 0.6 of a second behind Matilda Olsson, who continues to round out the top three. Vincent France still ahead of Mads Riis and Charlie Turner. As now Luna Blum has now dropped all the way down to 34th. A sterling effort from the 319 after that hefty impact yesterday in one of the initial heats for Senior Rotax. And by golly did she come back fighting. P5 in the second heat and P11 due to the pain starting to sort of slightly take over the survival, provide the survival mechanism just to get to the end of the race and score those crucial points. So Luna Blum is out, unfortunately, and I spot the driver just off of the on the marshalling post, just off of turn number 8. Butcher is closing. The top 4 now covered by just under a second. And whilst this is happening, Sean Butcher has set the fastest lap of the race. Vincent France and Mads Riis are within 20 thousandths of each other in terms of the last lap pace that they were setting. Lap 11 now completed as Matilda Olsson goes and now takes back the fastest lap with a 49.810. And all of the top 4 drivers make that the top 5 with Vincent France and then Mads Riis. All of them are running in the 49.8 second bracket, with Olsson the quickest ahead of Sean Butcher by just 11 thousandths. And it is about those slight increments of time. And if you can make sure that you're that fraction of a second ahead of the opposition, you've got a chance of moving forward and actually pulling away from the person behind. But I've just spotted that Butcher is trying to close on Olsson. So Karel Kret in 9th position ahead of Ralph Finkel is the fastest driver out there as Mads Riis looks towards the inside of Vincent France for P5. He tried through turn 4, he's made it through on turn 6. Charlie Turner has been closing on them at the meantime, and he's just put in the 49.849. And we've got a 5-second penalty now being handed to the 3:08 of Ehad Turka. So 3 minutes and 20 still to go, plus a lap. The top 7, maybe even make that the top 11 drivers. Causing a collision was the reason for the 5-second penalty for Ehad Turka. As now, Sean Butcher has got past Matilda Olsson. And by my approximate calculations, at the moment, this really tightens things up at the sharp end of the tree in terms of the points. Because when you consider where Mark Kimber is, if he takes a double win, he gets 50 points. That puts him level with Dylan LaHaye. Lachlan Robinson will go in with 45 points after this round to Adria. That puts him in prominence. Matilda Olsson, if she finishes behind Sean Butcher will be a point ahead. Well, actually, make that, he'll be a point behind. Hang on, sorry, a point. I'm just getting my maths wrong here. He will be 2 points ahead, but then Matilda Olsson will have a 5-point advantage in just 6 weeks' time. So Luna Blum, yep, is confirmed obviously by the timing, but earlier on, yep, she was confirmed as a retirement on lap number 8 of this race. Kimber still keeping his cool, staying calm, not giving an opportunity, not doing any unforced errors that might cause him a drama that might see him lose the victory. 1 minute and 16 seconds on the clock still to go. Matilda Olsson is still fighting back, and she's close on Sean Butcher. And the Swede based out of Uppsala now puts in a 49.711. Butcher still hanging on to third for the moment, but time is fast running out. Because if Matilda Olsson takes third from Sean Butcher, that gives her 16 points and gives her an 8-point advantage going to Italy. But nevertheless, no matter how it finishes, but I'm sure that Matilda Olsson will be the one that wants to push forward, and it's not just her, it's the three in front that are doing their utmost to bring themselves in to the title fight dynamic that we now have on the cards. Now on the penultimate lap. They come through into turns 9, into the left at 10. The timer will expire as they will approach turn 12 very shortly. So Mark Kimber, Lachlan Robinson, Sean Butcher and Matilda Olsson will now get the final lap board, as will Mads Riis, who rounds out the top 5. So final lap we go on to. Mark Kimber leads, and it is closed up dramatically between the top 4. Because if one gets the run coming out of turns 13 and 14, they could get that slipstream advantage that they so desperately need, as Sean Butcher is the one that's coming under fire big time by Matilda Olsson. But it's about who blinks first, who goes for it, or who wants to consistently score relevant points. Checkered flag will now be prepared, and it will wait. Who is going to win? It looks like it's game on in the title fight, as the 387 of Mark Kimber from Great Britain does the double here in Wackersdorf, and he knows it. One hand in the air. Lachlan Robinson brings himself into the title fight big time by taking second. Sean Butcher takes third, also bringing him to the party, and Matilda Olsson will, provisionally speaking, have a 5-point advantage after this race, putting her as the new leader of the standings. Mads Riis will also factor in now, because he will go on to 43 points, having taken 5th place. Vincent France in 6th, ahead of Charlie Turner, Teresa Babikova, Karol Kret, Luca Leistra rounds out the top 10. Ralf Winkel, Arthur Horsch, Emily de Hoys, Felix Jansson and Tim Mikametz are the 15 provisional point scorers in this race. James Johnson and Bradley Barrett were just outside in 16th and 17th respectively. Philip Vava, Maurice Schuring, Max Stemmerink round out the top 20. Storm Brouwer, Fabian Bock, Andreas Heber, Linus Hansen and Kian Sang round out the top 25. Then it is Mario Sidler, Robin Knutsson, Titus Schmidli, Flint Schuring, Bartavit, Vid Doristin, Thea Richter, with Luna Blum, Lewis Gilbert and Leonie Claude unfortunately retiring for breaking news. The title lead switches to the hands of Matilda Olsson, here in Germany.
General panic announcement. Any drivers that have already completed their racing for this weekend, you need to do the following 3 things. Following 2 things. First of all, you need to hand back your race ties, and also pick up return your rating
Also,
before heading home.
ja, wieder.
Thank you.
Die sind nicht so schuld da. Ja, aber ich muss mal
So we now get underway with our second DD2 final here at Wackersdorf. And here is your grid. Zonda Shrivak will lead the field from pole position ahead of Petr Bezel. Daniel Mahacek and Nick Knowlton complete the top 2 rows ahead of Marcel Steinert and Florian Weidenbach. Nicolas Picot and Mark Bartels row 4 with Matthias Lund and Jakob Bezel rounding out the top 10 positions. Sebastian Janchevsky and Imke Arts row 6. Luke Schiepers and Oliver Breitenbach row 7. Wout Antonissen, Jiri Matajek, Manuel Tenchert, Zendrua, Glenn van Parijs and Maxim Derich round out the top 20 positions. Silas Ritter and Jan Negussens, I'm pleased to see, are both back on the grid, but it is a non-start for Niklas Krens. In terms of the championship dynamic, it has got even closer than I thought permittably possible. But Van Parijs leads by a single point. He's still got 41 to his credit, but Petr Bezel now jumps into the spotlight with 40 to his credit. Manuel Tenchert rounds out the top 3, still on 38 points, as Zonda Shrivak makes his presence well and truly felt on 36. And Silas Ritter rounds out the top 5 on 30, having not started final number 1. .22 drivers ready to go into battle for 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Race director looking again for a clean start. Red lights on the gantry. They crawl their way into the tram lines. Revs rise. Clean start called and we're off and away. As now Mick Knowlton looks to be passed going into the first couple of corners as they filter their way down into turn 4 for the first time. And it looks like we've had Marcel Steinert join at the back of the field, so he started from the pre-grid as everyone is trying to jockey for position through turn 6. Knowlton has dropped way back down the order. But at the moment, Shrivak leads from Petr Bezel as Nicolas Picot now gets past Daniel Mahacek in the early exchanges to go P3. So the Frenchman fancies his chances of trying to score some valuable points. Daniel Mahacek is in 4th place. And just behind him is Matthias Lund, Florian Breitenbach and Sebastian Janchevsky, not too far adrift. Well, Janchevsky has actually dropped down out of the top 7 positions and now is in 8th, ahead of Jakob Bezel and Imke Arts, who completes the top 10. Mark Bartels, Zendrua, Manuel Tenchert, Jiri Matajek and also Glenn van Parijs now complete the top 15 positions. But the field is incredibly concertina. There's running wide. That was Imke Arts, I believe, that just went straight lining off of turn number 8. So Silas Ritter trying to go up the inside to make a position on Jiri Matajek, as Janchevsky also tries to get through on the 437 and Luke Schiepers and has got past. So Luke Schiepers was up into 7th, he's now down into 8th. And he pulled one of the best moves at Kanting Genk around the outside of Jakob Bezel and Frederik Jerich just 4 weeks ago, going through around the outside of turn 5. And there is a significant gap between where you have Jakob Bezel, you have Zendrua a little bit on his lonesome in 10th place, but Mark Bartels just gets passed by Glenn van Parijs for 11th position. Now the fight back begins. But it's the fight at the front that is also going to provide a new chapter in this story in 2020. With over 20 drivers from multiple different nationalities, at least 8, having made their way here to Pro Cup Raceland in Wackersdorf. As Florian Breitenbach now gets past Nicolas Picot for P3. Mahacek rounding out the top 5 as Matthias Lund closes on the back of Sebastian Janchevsky through turn 3-4 position. Janchevsky goes defensive, but then Luke Schieper is looking to try and get past and does so, and here comes Zendrua. trying to find his way past. So the drivers now, Jakob Bezel has got Zendarua in the 409 from SSC, closing on his back bumper through turn 11. As Glenn Van Parijs just is trying to get his head down, as up the inside of the 488 of Mark Bartels goes Manuel Atencio through turn 12. But Bartels retaliates and takes the position back through turn 13 and gets ahead for turn 14. As now Jakob Bezel having to fight with Zendarua, who looks towards the inside through turn 4, as now Bezel trying to go up the inside of the 437 of Luke Scheepers, and both well, it was nearly him and also Zendarua, but Darua gets compromised trying to get past, and that allowed the 419 of Glenn Van Parijs to get past in the process. 4 minutes gone, 10 to go. Zander Triblack continues to lead this race, and Van Parijs is the one that has got the fire quite literally stoked in the belly as he's put in the fastest lap of 49.655 from the 419 from Belgium. Zander Triblack has nearly a half a second lead over what is now going to be Florian Breidenbach, not Peter Bezel in second position. A great move by the Nice Racing driver on the Maranello chassis, representing Germany. A great move there to take second from the Czech driver. Nikola Pico is just ahead of Daniel Mahacek. Janchevsky rounds out the top 6. Lund, Jakob Bezel, Glenn Van Parijs, Zendarua and Luke Scheepers, they round out the top 11 positions. Rounding out the 15 positions that will score points will be Luke Scheepers, apart from Luke Scheepers, will be still at the turn Mark Bartels, Manuel Tenschert, and also Oliver Breidenbach. The lead now was just under half a second. It's over half a second between Triblack and Breidenbach for the lead. But Peter Bezel not finished yet. He still has plenty of time. As Van Parijs looking to go up the inside of Jakob Bezel, who goes defensive into turn number 6. And Bezel knew that Van Parijs was coming and decided to throw on a quick defence into turn 6, and that has allowed Zendarua to now close up on the pair. As now Van Parijs tries to go up the inside of Jakob Bezel through turn number 11, but can't get through. There was not enough of a gap to do so. So 21 drivers still circulating. Imke asks, that was a real shame for the Dutch driver on the 413 on the Virulent chassis, who was running at the bottom part of the top 10. As now Van Parijs strikes past Jakob Bezel for position. Up into 8th goes the Belgian. Now Zendarua fancies his chance at the defending champion and goes up the inside and manages to make the move happen, and doesn't allow Jakob Bezel to retaliate through turn 7, 8 and 9. And Luke Scheepers is keeping pace with the defending champion. Florian Breidenbach still keeping in distance within Zander Triblack. And it just depends on how the permutations of the virtual championship standings will sit at the end of this, because if Zander Triblack holds on to that lead, he will go out of this round with a total of 61 points, and that will pretty much put him nigh on the top of the standings. Van Parijs now battling with Matthias Lund. And that is over 7th position, as now the lead changes through turn 11. Florian Breidenbach gets past Zander Triblack for the lead on lap number 9. But Triblack does not want him to hang on to that for very long. Gets into the slipstream, over across into turns 2 and 3. Triblack will have the run if he gets it down into turn 4. Can't close up enough towards the braking zone, and this is allowing Peter Bezel, Nikola Pico, Daniel Mahacek and Sebastian Janchevsky. Now Janchevsky had a disaster on final save at karting game 4 weeks ago. But he has started to fight back. Glenn van Parijs now ahead of Matthias Lund. And that will give him a total of 9 points, putting him on 50. But it's about how much ground he can cover over the next 5 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap to those in front. And this is where the hard work begins. A first lap incident that involved Glenn van Parijs meant he did not score points, so he puts him on the back foot in this race. But that just gives him the motivation he needs, as now Zendarua are up the inside of Matthias Lund. For 8th position through turn 6. Time fast ticking away. And Florian Breitenbach in clean air is quicker than anybody at the moment. A 49.445 from the German. Marcel Steinert getting past Wout Antonissen for 19th. Oliver Breitenbach getting past Mick Knowlton for the last of the points-paying positions. Glenn van Parijs is absolutely relentless on putting the pace down. He is using this. He's putting in qualifying style laps. Here at the moment, he's just put in a 49.404, but then that's quickly deposed by Manuel Tenchert, who's now up into 12th position. The Austrian puts in a 49.355 second lap time. Mick Knowlton still trying to make his way past Oliver Breitenbach for a single solitary point. We now cross the line to complete lap 12 with 4 minutes on the clock remaining. Breitenbach now has a lead over Zander Schöblack of nearly 7/10 of a second. Peter Bezel a further 4/10 off. And then who has Nicolas Picot actually having gone past him. So the Frenchman back up into P3. So Picot looking to make good his intentions. The runner-up at the Winter Cup earlier on this year, which Zander Schöblack took in fine style with the double victory, which gave him a full season pass for this year. Nicolas Picot took a 2-race entry as a result of his second place in late February at Karting Campillos, but now he's coming under fire once again from Peter Bezel. Janchevsky keeping pace with Mahacek in the battle for 5th place. Van Parijs still trying to close on those in front and is fractionally quicker by about 1/10 of a second on Janchevsky. He's got about 1.2 seconds to find in the next just under 3 minutes plus an additional lap. And Zendarua, now in clean air, has got a chance to move, and he's using that to his advantage. He's just taken 81 thousandths of a second out of Glenn van Parijs in pure lap pace last time around. As Matthias Lund now has Jakob Bezel for company. Luke Schiepers is a further nigh on 4/10 of a second away from that battle. But Florian Breitenbach continues to extend a lead up to 1.039 seconds. And for the second lap in a row, he goes and puts in a 49.3 second lap time. As up the inside of Matthias Lund goes Jakob Bezel for 9th place. Lund tried to retaliate through turn 7, but there was not enough room. So it's still all to play for. Just over a minute and a half remaining. As Florian Breitenbach again goes faster than anybody on the 433 Nice Racing Maranello chassis. Gets a gap of over 1.2 seconds after 15 laps of racing completed. As Zendarua in the meantime has just gone nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than Glenn van Parijs. If Parijs stays where he is, he will be on 50 points at the end of this and will lose the championship lead. Manuel Atencio currently running in 12th position. Will end up on 42 points, but it will be looking like Zander Schiblak will take the lead in the standings after the second round, provisionally speaking. And that will put him on 56 points. 3 ahead of Peter Bezel, with Glenn van Parijs making it 6 points between the top 3. So I'm just keeping my eyes on what's going up in front, because Janchevsky is being caught. Janchevsky is being caught by van Parijs and also Zendrua, who is now in touch with the 419 and put in a 49.322. Van Parijs a 49.515. So we go on to the final lap. Black and white warning flag for the 426 of Jiri Matacek. So it will be 2 different winners here at Wackersdorf. As up the inside of Daniel Mahacek goes Sebastian Janchevsky, as Glenn van Parijs continues to hold on for 7th position in the dying stages of the race. Leader now going through turn number 11 for the final time. And behind Jakob Bezel, there's a 3-way scrap between Luke Scheepers and Manuel Atencio, who goes up the inside of the 437 through turn number 11. Great move there by the Austrian, as Scheepers tries to dice up the inside. But this time it is going to be Florian Breitenbach who wins on home soil here at Wackersdorf. Zander Schiblak takes second. Nicola Pico takes third ahead of Peter Bezel. Sebastian Janchevsky takes fifth at the dying moments of the race from Daniel Mahacek. Glenn van Parijs holds on to 7th, ahead of Zendrua, Jakob Bezel and Matthias Lund round out the top 10. Manuel Atencio in 11th, ahead of Luke Scheepers, with Mark Bartels, Mick Knowlton and Oliver Breitenbach rounding out the top 15. Still Astrita 16th, Jan Igussen 17th, ahead of Marcel Steinert, Wout Antonis and Jiri Matacek, with Maxime de Vries being the last of the 21 classified drivers that completed the 18 laps, with an unfortunate retirement for Imke Hartz, who went straight off on turn number 9 on the first lap of the race, with Niklas Krenz a non-starter.
Just another quick reminder for all the competitors that have completed racing here at Wackersdorf. Please make sure you do one of the following items. Make sure that you pick up your competition licenses from the race office. Also bring back any high-end transponders for this event, and also return your race tyres or rain tyres before returning home. So that is picking up your competition licenses from the race office once you've completed racing, returning any transponders that have been hired or provided, and also returning your rain tyres before heading back home this evening. Thank you.
zum Trecken.
Wo ist der Rotax?
Brauchen wir Nummer.
Stehen bleiben oder mitgehen?
Geschwisterliebe, oder?
Bist du mal trinken, dann kriegst du es.
Das ist auch wieder
Ja, du, wenn es Ding war,
So we come to the penultimate race of the meeting, and it is our final class for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy this weekend here at Wackersdorf. DD2 Masters final number 2. Roberto Pajewski, having taken top honours in race 1, starts from pole position representing Austria in the 565. Alongside will be Slavomir Moransky, who has taken the lead in the standings by a 14-point margin coming into this race. Timo Haug rounds out the top 3 as Michael Becker has an opportunity to close the gap on Sebastian Humpelhardt as the pair are separated by 9 points coming into final 2. Alessandro Glauser rounds out the top 5 ahead of Tommy Helfinger in the 506, Marco Winkler in the 566, Rudy Champion, who completes the top 8. Sebastian Humpelhardt sits on 51 points after race number 1 today, and he is alongside with Christoph Adams from Belgium in the 555. Bruno Dos Santos, Ronaldo Kremiger and Thomas Schumacher complete the 13-strong grid. "14-minute set on the timer. Red lights will very shortly be ignited on the starting gantry for the penultimate race of the meeting. A total of 27 races here this weekend. And it is now the cat and mouse game, the psychological mind games come into play, going round the final corner. DD2 Masters splits into the tram lines, hopefully for the final time, as long as we get a good start. Revs rise, lights are out, we're off and away, as Moransky gets a really good run, as Alessandro Glauser passes Michael Becker through into turn 3, and then the German retaliates through into turn 4, tries to go up the inside, Glauser shuts the door. Humpelhardt going round the outside of it, looks like Tommy Helfinger, and he makes it through into turn 5. Can he get it done by turn 6? He does. Oh my goodness me, that was full commitment from Sebastian Humpelhardt. As ran at the back of the order, Thomas Schumacher was trying to get past the likes of Bruno Dos Santos and the 505 of Timo Haug, who's absolutely dropped. Ronaldo Kremiger has not opted to take part in this race. So we are down to 12 competitors. So Pajewski could get himself into some kind of championship permutation if he joins us in Adria in 6 weeks, as he now leads. Moransky looking to close and take a second win of the season on a finals day. They were separated by just over 2 tenths, but Pajewski puts in the fastest lap on lap 1 of 51.151. Moransky 1.05 tenths, well, 0.105 of a second behind in terms of lap pace, but Alessandro Glauser from Switzerland with FM Racing on the Cosmic chassis is keeping pace. Rudy Champion, who started in 8th, now up into 4th, as he looks to also try and move up the order. And coming into this round, he started 8th. He had 17 points coming into this round. So he started with 25 points, exactly the same as Roberto Pajewski coming into this race. And now he has a chance. 4th place will net the Frenchman 13 points. It's 16 for 3rd, which is currently being held by Alessandro Glauser. Slavomir Moransky will take 20, and Pajewski will get a maximum score over the 2 races of 50 points. Humpelhardt at the moment is currently 7th, and that will put him on 60. Actually, Moransky was on 45, so that puts him on 65 points. That'll put him on 85 and give him a lead by about a victory, as up the inside of Moransky goes both Alessandro Glauser and Rudy Champion. And now Michael Becker fancies his opportunity to try and get past, but Polish driver from 46 team in the 561 still keeps ahead. Just over 3 minutes of this race completed. 10 minutes and 50 seconds to go plus a lap. Becker closing on Moransky for fourth. This changes the championship permutations significantly in terms of the gaps between the competitors, because if Moransky finishes in fourth, that will put him on 78 points. Rudy Champion, if he takes third, that puts him on 41. Alessandro Glauser, who took 11 points in the first race, will end up on 31 points after this, if he takes second. But Pajewski will put him well and truly into the firing line of firing that warning shot across the bow that this championship will pretty much get, considering he is the defending champion. 4 minutes done, 10 to go. Pajewski now having a lead of 0.573 seconds ahead of Switzerland's Alessandro Glauser, with Rudy Champion waiting in the wings in the 544 from PKS Competition, representing France. Top three covered by 0.583 seconds after 5 laps completed. Now it becomes a very, very interesting strategic war between the top three. Then you look at those behind. So you have Moransky, Becker, Winkler, Elfinger, Christoph Adams, Timo Hald, and now rounding out the top 10 is Bruno Dos Santos in the 503 from France. Dos Santos, in the meantime, has set the fastest lap of anybody. The only driver, it looks like, that might have gone under the 50-second barrier. A 49.966 second lap time set by the Frenchman in the 503 on the Sodicat chassis. So once again, it is closing ever so much between the top 10. And these drivers are not holding back. They are trying to do their very best to move forward. 8 minutes and 27 seconds to go on the clock. So last time around, the top 10 were covered by just under 3.5 seconds. 7 laps down, a few more to go. 8 minutes plus an additional lap, still remaining on the clock. Pajewski has a gap of 0.447 ahead of Alessandro Glauser. Rudy Champion rounds out the top 3. Moransky Champion rounds out the top 3. Moransky in 4th place. Becker in 5th. Winkler, Helfinger, Adams, Hall, Dos Santos, Thomas Schumacher, and it looks like it's been a bit of a difficult weekend altogether from what was a brilliant one for Sebastian Rumpelhardt, who completes the running order so far with no showing from Reinaldo Gremiger, unfortunately. As Michael Becker, well, I've just seen that Pajewski, Glauser, Champion have all gone through into the sub 50-second bracket. Pajewski 49.966, Glauser 30,000 slower, but then Rudy Champion goes 33 thousandths quicker than Pajewski, who's still leading. On to lap number 9 on this race, and it is still anyone's guess who might get the upper hand. And that's one of the beauties of DD2 Masters. It is about taking your time. It is about concentrating on your focus, making sure that you do everything. You expend every single solitary ounce of energy. As Pajewski still leads now by 0.562 seconds ahead of Alessandro Glauza. As Slavomir Muransky, who is still behind Rudy Champion, sets the fastest lap of the race, with the pole being in 4th position. And the top 6, not including Sebastian Humpelhardt, who rounds out the 12 strong that are all still circulating, have all gone sub 50 seconds on the completion of lap 9. But Pajewski looks to be starting to pull away. Champion looking at that chance where he can get past Alessandro Glauza from Switzerland in the 5:04. They come across the line to complete lap number 10. Top 4 covered by just a fraction over a second. Timo Haug in the meantime has got past Marco Winkler for 7th position. So now we have just over 5 minutes remaining. Glauza still holding on. And even though Rudy Champion is fractionally faster than the Swiss driver in 2nd position, he needs to go that little bit quicker, I think, or get the run coming out of turns 13 and 14. He might have actually heard me because he tried to do it, but then he looked quickly over his right shoulder to see where Muransky was in terms of proximity. And Muransky was just over 0.3 of a second behind. But Pajewski was the quickest out of the top 5 drivers, but Tommy Helfinger now sets the fastest lap down in 6th position with a Buehler Cup Racing Team 506 entry representing Germany. Marco Winkler now loses another position to, this time, Christoph Adams. And at the moment, Glauza fastest in sector 1 out of the top 3. Pajewski gains a bit of time to his pendulum swing, and now that gap looks to be extending even further. A 49.748 for Pajewski now reclaims the fastest lap of this race after 12 laps completed. Alessandro Glauza, a 49.795. Rudy Champion still trying to close up on the Swiss driver that now has Slavomir Muransky in his wheel tracks. And Muransky is trying to close on the Frenchman. These two were battling at the Winter Cup. And it's a bit of a different story that's being told this season. But no matter how tough it gets for Muransky, that man is a fighter. He showed that in 2018 and in 2020. He is still as fired up as ever, and now he goes up the inside, as does Michael Becker, past Rudy Champion through turn 4. With just under 3 minutes on the clock remaining. Muransky gets his chance. And that now puts him on a cumulative score of 81 points. And this also assists Michael Becker's campaign, because he now is in 5th position, which will put him on 53 points, 2 behind, or maybe not even, 2 behind Sebastian Humpelhardt. And then you factor in that Roberto Pajewski will be on 50 points with the way things are going now. We have 2 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Pajewski looking to do the double. We didn't see him at Genk 4 weeks ago, but he decided to return back and fight and showcase that he is the one that they need to beat if they want to take this title, because at the end of the season it is only the champion that gets to go to the grand finals in Portimao late next January. between the 23rd and the 30th of January. And I know for a fact, if you've won the grand finals, you want to defend your title. And Pajewski won in Sarno last year. Gap now between first and second, up to 0.942 seconds itself between Pajewski from Austria, Glauser from Switzerland in second, Moransky from Poland in third, Becker from Germany in fourth, with Rudy Champion making it 5 different nationalities in the top 5. Tommy Helfinger rounds out the top 6 ahead of countryman Timo Haug in the 5.05. Christoph Adams rounds out the top 8 positions. And Christoph Adams, at the moment, coming into this weekend had 16 points. He picked up 6 points, so that puts him on 22. An 8th place finish will put him on 30. So we are now on the penultimate lap of the race. We'll probably get as close as we can to turn 12 before the timer hits 0. As now it expires as Pajewski hits the apex of the corner. Rudy Champion isn't quite done yet with Michael Becker, I fear, as he closed up on the German going through the exit of turn 12. Final lap that is shown first of all to Roberto Pajewski, then Glauser, Moransky, Becker, Champion, Helfinger, Haug, Adams, Winkler, Dos Santos, who rounds out the top 10. But it has been a masterclass from the defending champion, Roberto Pajewski, in the 5.65 from KSCA, Saudi Europe, to pole position yesterday on qualifying day, on Friday. 2 heat wins and a second put him on pole position for the first final. And he comes back with a bang here in Bavaria, as round the final couple of corners comes Roberto Pajewski, who does the double and celebrates, crossing the line by 1.204 seconds. And another title fight, where there are 2 words I need to say: game on. Moransky takes third, but takes the lead in the standings. Michael Becker still factors in at the moment, finishing 4th. Rudy Champion takes 5th place, and with it now has 36 points. Tommy Helfinger 6th, Timo Haug 7th, Christoph Adams in 8th, Marco Winkler in 9th, Bruno Dos Santos in 10th. Thomas Schumacher and Sebastian Rumpelhardt complete the field, with Reinaldo Kremiger a non-starter. But what a comeback from the defending champion, Roberto Pajewski.
Soll sie doch an Motorhaube aufmachen und soll sie wieder mal signalisiert, sie braucht Hilfe. Hilfe von DOT geben sie gesehen.
Ja. Voll gut. Und warten, bis Hilfe kommt.
Genau, und warten, bis Hilfe kommt. Die habe ich schon gesehen, wenn ich gesagt habe. 10 umeinander Europa. Ja, abgehauen und nicht 40 gemacht. Muss abgehauen. Brauchst du bloß mal schriftlich. Hey. Brauchst du bloß mal schriftlich
das mitteilen. Und ansonsten schreibst du, wenn er nicht nachgeht, dann stellst du eine Firma und er muss Kostentragen da. Sonst machen. Das ist schon einfach. Wenn er zweimal ein Schreiben, glaube ich, ignoriert, kannst du das machen lassen.
Das haben wir ja letzte Woche gesagt. Oder seine Mollen dabei hat.
Du hast die schriftlich, du musst den wo schicken. Du musst den wo schicken schriftlich, dann kommt das im Raster.
Nichts.
Weiter. Minus Deck da. Minus am Deck da. Du bist nicht.
Wollen Sie uns hauptsächlich Rutschen noch?
Ja, und Kickstart noch. Dann hast du am Hochgehen noch fertig sitzt. Genau, das ist ein Kreisler.
Ja, ist der dritte müssen wir.
Also, Vorgang Automatik. Und dann gehen wir 50 gegangen.
We now get underway with our last race. It is the final of the second day of competition for the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft, set to take place over 11 minutes plus an additional lap. And your grid is as follows. Well, it looks to be a repeat of the front row from yesterday, with Luca Vlömer and Axel Laflamme on the front row, representing Germany and Great Britain respectively. Then it is Elijah Alessandro Saya from Germany and Diego Stifter from Italy. Sebastian Kraft from Switzerland and Philipp Biskirchen from Germany round out the top 6 positions. Ahead of Joel Mesch, Valentin Wiesender, Jasmin Stein, with Mika Mosika rounding out the top 10. Completing the 6th and final row is Alice Spiezia from the USA and Bjorn Niemann from Germany, our guest driver this weekend here. Their next round will be in around 3 weeks' time, as the Deutsche Kartmeisterschaft returns to Wackersdorf for their next outing. Drivers now lining up into position, and once we get all of them assembled, it looks like we don't have Sebastian Kraft on the grid. As the red lights go out, we go racing, and again Axel Laflamme gets a great start and manages to keep Luca Vlömer at bay, trying to go into turns 2 and 3 and takes the initial lead. Biskirchen now up into 4th place, as it looks like there's been a move up the order that makes that a couple more places from Alice Spiezia, who's now managed to move up into what is effectively 7th position, well, 8th position once again, as the field makes their way through. Tightly packed as Vlömer on the back bumper of Axel Laflamme as they go through turn 11. Laflamme defends as Vlömer tries to get the cut back. Now they'll try and go through turn 12. Laflamme puts on the brakes quickly. Biskirchen goes round towards the outside, trying to look for keep 4th position. But it looks like up the inside there is one of the other drivers, as Biskirchen runs wide and loses 2 positions through turn number 14. And that looked like possibly that Joel Mesch got past, as now Vlömer loses out and now goes down into 3rd position. So Laflamme still leads. Biskirchen now rounds out the top 7 positions, being closely followed by Alice Spiezia as they come through turn 11. Laflamme leads. Then it is Diego Stifter in 2nd, as Axel Laflamme runs wide and spins off, and that's a drama for the Briton. Spins the cart round quickly with the instant torque from the 30-some horsepower drivetrain on these carts, so he loses out as Stifter went up the inside through turn 11, as now Luca Vlömer coming under fire from Joel Mesch, who goes up the inside, takes 2nd position, but there are still battles away, as it looks like, I think I've just seen a change for 6th, twice in 2 corners, maybe make that nearly 3, as Valentin Wiesender rounds out the top 5, just behind Luca Vlömer. So Axel Laflamme took the final yesterday, and now it is a very different story altogether. Spiezia trying to get the elbows out, trying to get up the order once again. The American, just 14 years of age. A late bloomer into motorsport, having gone to single-seaters in the US, is closing on the back bumper of the number 10 of Switzerland, Sebastian Kraft. So Alessandro Saya in 3rd place, trying to fend off Luca Vlömer for 3rd position. Going through into turns 9 and 10. Stifter still leads. 7 minutes and 47 seconds still to go, plus a lap. And then you have the E9 of Yolmesh in second. Elijah Alessandro Sai ahead of Luca Vloma as they try and go nearly side by side across the line. Vloma in the back on the back bumper, trying to get down into turn 4 and go back up into third position, but it did not happen on this particular occasion. Valentin Wiesender rounds out the top 5, followed by the E95 of Philipp Wieskirchen. Then you have Sebastian Kraft rounding out the top 7. As Kraft tried for a move up the inside of Wieskirchen going through turn 11. Spiezia just ahead of Jasmin Stein. So 6 minutes and 38 seconds still to go. Top 4 closing together. Stifter leads, Mesh second, Alessandro Saya in third, Vloma in fourth, Wiesender, then Kraft, Wieskirchen, Spiezia and Stein. As Vloma gets up the inside of Alessandro Saya, through into turn 12 to now take third position. But then Elijah Alessandro Sai closes on the back bumper once again of Luca Vloma. But I sense that Yolmesh trying to close on Diego Stifter, who still is hanging on to the lead, and we've got a mechanical black flag, and that is for Axel Laflamme, unfortunately. So he will have to pull it into the pits, and that is a real difficult end to the weekend, which was looking ever so promising after yesterday's success with him hitting the top step of the podium. And now the Briton will have to retire and look ahead with positivity. It is a case of what could have been this weekend, as he was fighting for the lead with Diego Stifter, who still leads ahead of Yolmesh, Luca Vloma, Elijah Alessandro Saya. Valentin Wiesender being closed in on by Sebastian Kraft, as Alice Spiezia trying to close up on Philipp Wieskirchen for position. Looks towards the inside of the 95, going through turn 10. Now into turn 11 goes the American and sweeps up the inside. And here comes Jasmin Stein along with them in the 17. But Wieskirchen gets the switchback through over the bump into turns 13 and 14, and the German retakes the position. But then Spiezia goes into the slipstream. Jasmin Stein still closing. Great battle for those drivers, as now Wiesender and Kraft are battling away for fifth as the Swiss driver gets up the inside through turn 5. And the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th still very, very closely, tightly packed, as now Jasmin Stein gets past Alice Spiezia from the US. 3 minutes and 35 seconds, plus an additional lap of this race, of their weekend, and of the entire race weekend still to go. So the top 4 now on their way down to turn 4, being led by Stifter, Yolmesh, Luca Vloma, Elijah Alessandro Saya, Sebastian Kraft, Valentin Wiesender, Philipp Wieskirchen and Jasmin Stein, who have both now started to pull away from Alice Spiezia. And Mika Mosica and Bjorn Niemann the remainder of the 11 drivers, with Axel Laflamme from Great Britain having to retire, unfortunately, due to being seen to have a mechanical issue that needed rectifying, and that caused a mechanical black flag as a result. Ten laps completed as Luca Vloma now closing on Joel Mesch for second position. He took the runner-up spot in the final, second to Axel Laflamme yesterday, as Elijah Alessandro Saya also closes up onto the back bumper of Luca Vloma going into turn 6. Lap the number 2, able to power out quickly as we fast approach the conclusion of this race. 1 minute and 55 seconds still remaining. Vloma senses a chance to get a good batch of points here this weekend at Wackersdorf as he closes on the back bumper of Joel Mesch for second as they come out of the final corner. Stifter has a comfortable lead. Vloma sweeps up the inside of Mesch through into turn 3 and gets back for second position. So the top 4 once again get a bit closer. But Stifter still has the measure of the rest of the field in the final throws of the race. Sebastian Kraft and Valentin Wiesender still complete the top 6 ahead of Philipp Wieskirchen in 7th. Jasmin Stein now closing on the 95 in 8th place. Elis Spiezia in 9th at the moment. As now, again, I think there's been a change for 3rd. Let's see, it has happened. So, the drivers now come through into turns 9 and 10. 20 seconds on the clock remaining. Looks like we might get the final lap board this time, as Alessandro Saya lost out to Joel Mesch because Alessandro Saya got past, but then the number 9 retaliated and got back into 3rd. This time, last lap board of the race meeting will be shown, and of the second round of the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft. But Vloma is closing on Stifter to go for that victory. He's got a real good run of pace down through turn 3. A little bump from behind on the front spoiler. Vloma goes towards the outside, gets the switch back. The pair go side by side. Stifter keeps a hold of the lead on the final lap, but Vloma doing everything in his power to try and get past and get the victory in the dying throws through turn 7. Line astern of the front 2, through 8, through into 9 and into the left at 10. And Luca Vloma has got a real good run of pace going towards the outside through turn 11. If he's going to try and do something, he's either going to do something through turn 11 or through the final corner. Puts on the brakes severely there, gets the switch back he needs. He goes side by side. Stifter trying to force the issue. Vloma trying to go towards the inside, but Stifter still keeps it. But he gets the run. Vloma's going to try and do his best, get a drag race, but it's by a fraction for Diego Stifter that takes the victory ahead of Luca Vloma in a drag race finish. Joel Mesch rounds out the podium for the final ahead of Alessandro Saya. Sebastian Kraft takes 5th place ahead of Valentin Wiesender. Patrick Wieskirchen remains ahead of Jasmin Stein to take 8th. Sorry, 7th place. So great job by everybody out there. A great job for a top 10 finish for Elis Spiezia from the USA. Then we also had Mika Mozika and also Bjorn Niemann rounding out the 11 drivers that finished. And unfortunately, with a mechanical black flag, it put Axel Laflamme out of contention after what was a dramatic off-track excursion. But your winner for race, final number 2 on day 2 of the halfway point of the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft goes to Italy's Diego Stifter. So, on behalf of everyone here at NWA's Consulting, Camp Company GmbH, Procart Raceline Circuit in Wackersdorf, AK Media and the Deutsche Elektrokartmeisterschaft, we would like to say thank you very much to everyone that has tuned in from across the globe to watch this weekend's action. Between the 23rd and the 25th of October, we head to the Veneto region in northern Italy for the third and penultimate round of the 2020 season, where we see the return of Micro and Minimax at Adria Karting Raceway. Thank you so much for tuning in. Stay safe, stay healthy, look after yourselves, and we will see you for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy third round in Italy in just 6 weeks' time. Take care, enjoy your Sunday evening, and it's goodbye from me.
Attention paddock. For juniors, seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters, we will be hosting our official podium ceremonies for the Euro Trophy in half an hour's time. That will be a 16:25 local time at the podium. Once your name has been called, please make sure you wear your race suit, your race helmet is to be brought with you, and please make sure that you wear your face masks, covering your nose and your mouth. There will be a social distancing style podium this afternoon. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, dat is nu leuk geworden.
War vorher schon 2 oder war schon vorher?
Ja, mit Sicherheit, aber das hat ja Spaß. Nee, das war super, das war geil. Und dann hat er dann mitgefahren.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second podium of the weekend for the Deutsche Elektrofahrmeisterschaft. Great racing all round, thoroughly